What's up, everybody? Thought I'd play a little of this Waukesha parade attack trial.
In silence or a defendant not testifying should not be considered.
Bud Files, what's up? Andrew, how you doing, buddy?
Making such a request for a modified instruction.
I don't understand the question because I never decided to or not to testify.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, sir. I really do. But in light of
Anna Bananarama, what's up?
How did I forfeit something?
Danny Pearsall, what's up?
Something to the effect of they
Shirley,
use your silence.
What's up?
They cannot use you not testifying against you in any way.
My sound all right, everybody?
I don't understand because I never made a decision not.
Crafty. Huh. We're losing the trial. What's up, John Danicola? What happened to the trial? How is everybody this fine day? The trial is not liking it. I don't know why. Some biatch. Maybe YouTube shut me down in 2 seconds of playing the trial. Let's try it again.
It will also give the parties one final opportunity to read through the many, many pages.
I love her glasses.
Jury instructions and verdict forms to just make sure there aren't any other.
Send us the sun, please. Snowing here.
First thing tomorrow
Crafty.
morning. But then I do intend to start with instructing the jury. This case will require a very lengthy time of the court reading off the jury instructions. I do believe it will require me to take some
no sun here.
Probably every 2 hours.
We got lots of
jury instructions
snow.
Are read with perhaps a longer break at the lunch hour. And my best guess is that it'll take between 5 and 6
no sun up there in Canada, Crafty.
Fully instruct the jury. That's based on the 100 and.
How's my sound?
Pages. Now, some of those pages though are after argument, and so that really kind of begs the question: is will the parties get to their closing arguments tomorrow, or will that be done Wednesday morning? I certainly would like to have the parties make their arguments.
Good sound. Thank you, Shirley. This is the trial of the guy who smashed into the parade and fucking wrecked a bunch of people. I think he killed 6 people and injured 71. What's up, Caucasian?
Brian Buckmeyer, and you're watching Law and Crime.
This robot vacuum for only $40.
Commercials.
Dealdash.com, where deals come
Wow.
true. This KitchenAid mixer sold for less than $26. This
How's
iPad
things,
sold for
Crafty?
less than
Hope you're well.
$43. And this brand new Xbox sold for $51.
I got the Samsung tablet for only $83.
No one
This barbecue
cares.
smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to Dealdash.com right now and see how much
That
you
dude
can
definitely gets waxed. Yeah, as he should,
Every
right?
great chef is their knives and how well they sharpen them. Imagine this much abuse and producing the incredible NutriBlade
Can't
knives.
skip
from
the
Granite
commercial
Stone,
either.
coated with granite stone non-stick and made of
What's up,
stainless
Indoctrinated?
steel, one of the hardest substances on earth for ultimate cutting-edge durability. Now everyone can chop,
Chillin'.
slice, and dice just like a pro.
Very comfortable. Very sharp.
Woo!
I thought you had to be a professional chef to cut like this.
Yeah. Woo! This is really an incredible knife.
The easy grip rubberized handles deliver incredible control and accuracy. to chop salads in seconds.
I like
frozen
the
solid meat
speckled
with ease,
blade,
and
right?
Razor thin slices every time.
I'd use
The
that for
non-stick
sure.
surface means food slides right off, and they're dishwasher safe.
And
They'll
they're
stay razor
dishwasher
sharp,
safe.
Guaranteed.
Smash that like
Pay
button,
hundreds.
everybody.
Today you'll get this complete set of 6 NutriBlades for
First
only
time I've been live with the
$29.95.
hippie in a while.
You'll get the powerful Santoku knife to chop large fruit and dice onions.
What a fucking
The
commercial.
slicer for razor-thin veggies and deli meat. The serrated bread knife for slicing fresh warm
Oh,
bread
I want a
with ease.
bagel. Oh my
The
God,
ultralight
can you
chef knife
imagine
with
giving
reduced
a
surface
granny
area
a
for less
knife?
friction. This versatile utility blade is great in the kitchen and around your home. And the precision paring knife for peeling and garnishing. $29.95 is an amazing value, but order right now and we'll even ship them to you for free. So get
I have a
your
different
own
channel,
NutriBlade
Crafty.
knives from
Singing
Gravis
Hippie.
Stone, the last knives you'll ever buy.
That's where I've been live.
Call 1-800-671-6594 or go online to buy.
Damn, look at the way that thing
NutriBlade.com.
cuts.
That's
That thing's sick.
1-800-671-6594
I want one.
or go to buyNutriBlade.com.
Granddaughter's doing good, Amber. Yeah, things are
People
well.
said I was crazy to do this.
How
I
many
wanted something
commercials?
different, radical,
Jesus.
and fun. Born on the beach in San Diego, now rocked with pride worldwide.
Pride.
Welcome to your new favorite shades.
That's something different.
Ranch, we don't make bedding like everyone else. We make it
Something a little different, Amber. Chilling.
We prioritize thread quality, not thread count. We source the finest 100%
11 people, thanks for coming. Appreciate you.
The softest, most luxurious fabrics on earth. We're free
Is it
from
snowing there,
plastics,
Amber?
the way home should be. Bull and Branch is made different.
Spitting
You
here.
can
It's not
sleep
really
better at night.
sticking, but.
Experience the difference at bullandbranch.com.
There's a 71%
Oh
chance
my
you could be
God.
paying for car
4
insurance. That's why
commercials.
Experian has a
Really?
new free tool that could save you money by finding you our best deal. And it works. Experian users saved an average of $900 per year.
Go to Experian.com/car and stop overpaying for car insurance.
What's up, Anon? You should never put a quality edged tool in the dishwasher.
Calm. Download the free app.
Interesting.
What are my stats?
How many
Well,
commercials?
My investments
What
are
the
tracking
fuck?
up. My house will be paid off in 12 years, and I'll retire at 61. Take control of your finances.
And
with
I'll
Quicken.
retire
Risk-free
at
for 30 days.
61. Welcome to my library, everybody.
And you are watching Law and Crime.
So the instructions that I read prior to the parties giving their closing arguments finishes on page 73. So given that, I believe that the parties will be able to give their closing arguments tomorrow. It just may be, depending on where that takes us, whether the final instructions are given the following morning. Because that's another 30 pages. I'd like to be able to do it. It just really depends on how late of an evening. I'm not opposed to going late, but letting the jurors go to the hotel and then starting their deliberations in the morning if that's what needs to be done.
Understood, and we'll be ready. I think from our recollection, it took you.
She looks like a dom in the bedroom, I'm just saying. She's pretty hot.
Instructions, which is 69 pages in length. So if that holds, I think, we reasonably could do closings in the afternoon, and it'd probably take you about an hour.
UK Transparency! What's up?
And we may still be able to.
I agree, Amber. This judge goes through hell with this guy.
I think that's a reasonable time frame. Do you have any estimation on the length of your closing? I'm contemplating maybe putting a time restriction for both parties. I mean, we had a solid 15 days of testimony, so I'm mindful that this is not a 30-minute closing.
Well, actually, I'm trying to keep it in the 30 to 45-minute range, just out of courtesy to the jury. And to
Ooh,
highlight the
that's hot.
important
The
points.
judge is probably sitting on a
Do you
vibrating
think it
seat.
would be reasonable to give the parties each an hour total? That would reserve whatever's left from your initial for your any rebuttal.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Brooks, do you have any position on that? I am unmuting you.
Here he
He
is.
takes the headphones on and off throughout. He doesn't have
Douchebag.
them on. He's looking at a book.
Yes, smash that like button, guys. Come on.
I'm looking at the Bible. Thank you. It's not just a book, it's the book.
Can't disagree with you there, sir.
Yeah. How many people actually live by it, though? Anyway.
Sir, I'm contemplating putting an hour time limit on closing arguments.
I ain't doing no closing argument tomorrow.
He was
Closing arguments
interesting.
will most likely be tomorrow. Given
I'm not doing it tomorrow.
Such a prick. Cammed up caveman. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for swinging by.
What type of court is this where you can say you're going to force somebody not to be able to give a closing argument? How's that lawful law?
If you choose not to give one,
how's that lawful law?
sir.
Oh my God.
Choose not to
Bailiff,
give
whack
one,
his peepee.
You're not letting me finish, and you're mocking me right now, which is incredibly disrespectful.
Tase
once
him.
again. You didn't even let me get my sentence out.
You always want to make an incorrect record. Go ahead.
He's such a piece
I'll
of
mute him once
shit.
again because clearly he just wants to be disruptive this afternoon. But as we have been talking about over the course of the last,
I like
10,
his
15
attitude,
minutes,
though.
talking about the timing of everything tomorrow, even though I have 107 pages of jury instructions,
Tie
the first
limit.
73, I think, deal with what is read prior to closing arguments. That means the parties should be prepared to give their closing arguments tomorrow afternoon.
I think she's hot. Woo.
Will do my very best with just one
Caveman.
to get through all of these, the first part of the instructions.
Anything that
Then the state will give its
delegitimizes
closing
the person
argument.
on the stand.
I'm giving the parties 1 hour each. I think that's reasonable for
ADL.
the circumstances. Whatever the state doesn't use
Feelings
in
are
its
supposed to be
initial
removed from the
time
courtroom.
Of closing arguments, it can reserve for rebuttal. But then following the state, we may need to take a break of some sorts, probably before the defendant goes, just for the jury's sake and the party's sake. We'll need a
Caveman.
comfort break. But you should be prepared to go.
I love
tomorrow
anyone that
afternoon.
mocks that stupid
Then the
bitch.
state, if they have any rebuttal, will get up within that time limit. I will myself, and I'll have my clerk make sure we
This guy is evil, but the
accurately
court
time that.
is more
I will read
evil.
the final instructions, and I'll really leave it in the jury's hands. If they want to start deliberating, that's fine.
Push it.
You know, if it's 7 o'clock at night, I'll probably tell them we're gonna break for the night. They'll be sequestered, but they will come back.
I like her
and do
glasses.
deliberations in the
I want
morning.
those glasses.
That'll be Wednesday morning. But there's, now that I really kind of laid that out and thought about the break, I
can't
will have
understand
for
you.
closing arguments with even my 107 pages. We can get this done tomorrow. And so that's my expectation.
The judge pissed on the
Mr. Brooks,
Constitution
I'll
at
unmute you,
every
but
step.
That's the expectation of the court, that closing
She is pretty,
arguments
ain't she?
will be done
I agree.
tomorrow.
You can't rush me to judgment, or you can't practice law from the bench and tell me when I can do something and when I can't.
Mr. Brooks, I actually can, under all of the rules of procedure, it is my job to make sure there's effective and efficient administration of this trial. You are.
What's the judge's OnlyFans? I'm going there right now.
They have the power. They have the power to nullify laws they don't agree
You are
with.
absolutely not allowed to tell the jury that. There's a jury instruction that I will have ready to go if you even attempt.
I did see that in
to
the
raise
news.
The issue of jury nullification, sir. You have absolutely no right to raise that. That
Master
is
Clown,
law.
what's up?
I can raise
Hong
what I
Kong.
wanna raise. And you can't, so you added these jury instructions at the last minute, then you should have never approved them from the get-go because I never approved them. I told you I didn't understand them at all whatsoever, and you still passed it.
Sir, if you understand jury nullification, you understand jury instructions. It's clear to me
Man,
you've done your homework.
What you talking about? I don't care what you're talking about. I'm gonna let them know that they can nullify any law they don't agree with.
I did see that, Amber.
It is not your right to do that.
Say that it's not.
It is not your right to
Yes,
raise
come hang with the hippie.
Lawful law then. Show me.
All right, I'm going to mute him once again. He's starting to raise his voice. He's starting to hit his hands on the table. It's very clear to this court that
Floyd,
he's going to be
what's up,
challenged
brother?
during his closing arguments. He does not have an unfettered right to say whatever he wants or how he wants. If he is going to be adamant about defying the
He needs a
court's
microphone.
rules, which I will tell him in part what they are today, and I will work on that as we break and have a very clear advisement for him tomorrow morning. He may run the risk of being put in the other courtroom because he'll forfeit by his conduct his right to be present.
Ain't that the
here.
truth undoctrinated? They don't like you when you know stuff, right?
Function. I have to balance, frankly, the fact that he's in custody, that it takes time for this jury to be excused.
He
They have
killed
to
a
walk
dumpster in the
entire
ocean.
hallway behind me. I frankly
Oh,
don't
shit.
want him to look worse.
She needs butthurt cream.
When they haven't been in this courtroom.
Oh my God, C-Mac, what's up?
To this jury. And
John
I will
Denicola, what's up?
a very clear pledge by him that he will follow the rulings that I make as it relates to the closing arguments. He cannot raise jury nullification. He cannot raise facts that are not
She
part of
needs
the record.
butthurt cream. I like that.
He cannot raise subject matter jurisdiction. He needs to argue the facts based upon his theory, based upon the evidence that's been presented.
Oh shit! What
And
did I
those
do?
are the bounds. If he's going to, I can only imagine there may be some objections by the state. If there is an objection,
Know your
I
rights
expect
and
that he
kick
will
their
stop
ass at
and
their
wait
own
for this
game.
court to rule on the objection. I expect that if I sustain an objection, that he will honor it. And if he can't pledge to follow these very simple rules of courtesy and decorum that are consistent with the rules of procedure and the rules of evidence,
Oh my God!
then he will be in that other courtroom for his closing argument, so that I can exercise mute, frankly, to protect how he looks.
They don't like it when you know the law back in their face.
Is to ensure that this jury makes a determination based upon the evidence and the law. You do not have a right to talk about sympathy. That's very clear in the case law, whether it's evidence or arguments. The juries, if you read through the jury instructions, sir, you will see they are specifically told they will not be swayed by sympathy, by prejudice, or passion. They are not to be concerned themselves with any penalties. You can't argue penalties. You can't argue jury nullification. You can't argue legal issues that aren't relevant to the elements and the other law that's in these jury instructions. And those are the very clear rules that you will need to follow. And like any other time in this trial, if you don't do that, you will forfeit your right to argue your case to the jury or forfeit your right to be present in this courtroom and appear from the other courtroom. And you are squarely
The
put on
Golden
notice of
Smog
that here
says.
today, sir. With that, I think I've addressed all of the issues the state has asked.
Why is he wearing a mask when he's in a courtroom all by himself? I object.
I know we have some time on this. I realize that there are many, many victims who may still be watching the proceedings remotely. There may be news media, in fact, that may want to cover the verdicts.
She
and that
loves to
jury
hear
will take some
herself.
time due to the sheer volume of counts in this case. When this court is advised that verdicts have been reached, I'm contemplating between 30 and 60 minutes before bringing everyone back into the courtroom for the verdicts to be read in open court. And if parties believe I need to wait longer, then let me know. But I think some of it will depend on is it late at night? Is it during the day? Are we dealing with any kind of traffic issues? I realize Mr. Brooks has family in Milwaukee area that may want to be here as well. Even if I consider kind of, the outlying areas of Waukesha, you could be as much as 30 minutes away. So that's my initial thought on that. any statement from the state on that?
Not on that issue directly, sir. I'm sorry,
Right?
Your Honor.
She's got no
Any
mask,
other
but
issues?
he's a lower
Yes,
peon
my other
human,
issue
so
of
they
the verdict
need
was
to
seating if you intended to
demoralize him
maintain
more
the
by forcing him to
designated
wear a
benches
mask.
for the reasons you just
That
said.
is true. It's quite
I
weird.
would intend to keep the seating as is.
Okay, with the
The
reserve.
entire side behind the state for victims.
Okay.
Give
and the
her a
other
big
side,
glass of wine and let's hear
reserve
her
for the
go
first
through this gift.
5 minutes, or is that open seating over there? Or do you
My
wanna think
previous or my rule throughout has been 15 minutes. What I would say is
Look at that ring
any
on her
open
finger.
seating
Damn.
will open the courtroom. It'll still be open the whole time because we're waiting, right? So it has to be. So any seat that's left open within 15 minutes, victims.
Here
could
comes
also
the
sit on
sun, and I
That's what you're
say.
asking. Yes. All right. Mr. Brooks, any further topics by you?
Your Honor, I hope you don't mind if I just light up a little bit.
So, again, I don't understand nothing you just said, but,
Aw, thank
how
you.
can you deprive me of my constitutional
Thank
rights?
you,
How can you deprive me of my
undoctrinated.
constitutional rights? How?
Sir, you can forfeit a number of constitutional rights by misconduct on your part.
Not if I reserve my rights. You can't let me reserve my rights to get taken from me.
Sir, I direct your attention to Chambers versus Mississippi,
I'm not
Rock
gonna
versus
hear none of that
Arkansas, State
because-
versus Anthony,
Right?
Illinois
Wait.
versus Allen.
The judge is rich. She will never be held accountable for anything. Wow, that's deep.
All right, sir, you are simply mistaken on that. So
Free.
I'm meeting him once
What's
again.
up?
He's not giving me any other issues to address. We are in recess.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have a few
go
other.
ahead.
I'm
You
sorry.
do. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted the record to reflect that at about 2:04 p.m., your clerk had provided the final version of jury instructions to both the state and to the defense. I watched on video as Deputy Wittig left this courtroom, went over to the other courtroom, handed the final jury
Forfeit?
instructions to Mr. Brooks, and he immediately turned.
That's all we
and
ever
dropped
do
them
is
to his
forfeit.
left off the side of the table. I can't tell from the video if that's where the trash can is located or not, but I did see that immediate response.
She
as
spoke all
Brooks
this
handed
shit
the
to
final
say
jury
she's in recess.
Another
Does that
thing.
include the verdicts or just the jury instructions?
Just the jury instructions. I'm still doing verdicts.
Okay, it's just the jury instructions. But thank you, because I didn't see that given some of the things I was looking at.
What a
here, so I appreciate
douchebag.
that.
He killed 6 people and injured
Were
71.
all jurors or will all jurors
I hate
then
the
be
court too, but
told
fuck
to
that
report
piece
with
of
an
shit.
overnight bag?
That's part of the instructions that
Okay,
they were
and you're
given.
gonna make that available to us?
Yes, I'll get Lauren down here right away, and I'll make sure that before Mr. Brooks is taken back to the cell. I see your arms waving. I'll get you in a second. That he's provided with that as well.
Waste of
And then
time,
one
woman.
final thing as to timing, and again, I don't mean to be disrespectful to Mr. Brooks or anyone involved in this matter, but should there be
No,
any
he never was that I know of. Not that I know of. He was
Jesse
never.
Weber, and you're watching Law and Crime.
At Humana, we believe your health care should evolve with you. And part of that evolution means choosing the right Medicare plan for you. Humana can help. With Original Medicare, you are covered for hospital
More
stays and
commercials.
doctor office visits, but
See if
you'll
I
have
can
to pay a
turn it down.
deductible for each. A
No.
Medicare supplement.
Here we go. This is a crazy court case. What a waste of money. They should just. When you've done that much damage. When you've done that much damage to people, man. Hey, Mrs. B, how are you? Long time no see. How's things? Let me see. Let me give you a moderator, Mrs. B. While we wait for these commercials to end. Hope everybody's having a great day. It's snowing here. Not too excited about that. Let's see. Let's make Mrs. B a mod. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, shit. Did I just... There we go. Smee, how are you, brother? Let's see. Bum, ba, bum, ba, 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 bum. Stand by to stand by, people. We're avoiding the commercials. And we're making mods. Mrs. B. Come on, you can do it. Add moderator. There you go, Mrs. B. Mrs. B is now a moderator. Who else needs one? Anon. What's up, Anon? There's a mod for you. Free. He drove into people. He sure did, Free. There you go, Free. Let's see if the commercials are over yet. No. Free rates.
Call 800-373-0546. That's 800-373-0546. Call now.
I love Simplify by Quicken. It shows me how much
I think this
personalized spending plan. I always know
this
how much
judge
I can spend
gave
and save. How much more could you save? Take the Simplify challenge.
This judge gave this guy a lot of leeway. I mean, he was constantly talking over her and blah blah blah. She gave him a lot of leeway. He looks dapper. Who looks dapper? All right, we're back in the courtroom. Here we go.
I would certainly consider that. I mean, I have this entire week set aside yet. And I have Monday morning, but I have some other things Monday afternoon, and then
I have golf.
Not
You
available
people,
the
what's
rest
up,
of
brother?
Next week. So it really just depends on the timing.
Gregory,
I
how
would
are
need to
you?
know from both the parties whether they anticipate anyone speaking other than the parties themselves. Any family members?
Yes,
I don't think I need a PSI. This is a trial. This is not like a guilty plea. So, Mr. Brooks, I'll get you. I'm unmuting you. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're unmuted.
And since we're all making records to make you look bad, I think we should say for the record that one of the rights I have is to demand that the court place in the evidence any unrevealed contract, statute, laws, rules, or information being used against me under the Sixth Amendment. So how come that hasn't been placed in the evidence?
What law are you referring to, sir?
I'm referring to my rights under the Sixth Amendment.
And what
My
case law
constitutional
says you
right
have a
under
right to do exactly what you just said you have a right to do?
the Constitution, Amendment 6.
The Constitution, you stupid biatch.
Sir, that is very general. Your statement.
Hippie, you scrub up well.
It's vague. There's nothing
So we gonna go
specific
what?
you have
What
referenced.
You want paragraph 2 or something like that? Is that
Thank
what you
you.
want?
Don't make
No,
this
that's
head
not what
any
I'm
bigger
saying,
than
sir.
it
You're
is.
making general arguments that aren't based in fact and are overgeneralizations of what the law requires as well.
I accept for value and return for value any documents.
Why would the court care about case law?
Since, it might be another record of what I'm doing, since it's always a record of what I'm doing.
20 people. Thank you so much, guys. Love y'all. Peace.
I also have the right to ask, is this common law or admiralty law? Because judging by the gold eagle on top of the flag, it's some explaining that needs to be done. And that is a military symbol. So is this a common law court or admiralty law court?
Mr. Brooks, I'm frankly not going to address these nonsense legal theories of yours.
Oh,
I'm muting
Jesus.
you. They have been debunked. They are typical sovereign tactics that have no place in our judicial system. We are in recess. I'll see everyone tomorrow morning at 8:30. I'll just direct the bailiffs to wait until we have the verdict forms to give. And if it takes us longer than 30 minutes, we'll make sure they're delivered to him in his jail today. Thank you, everyone.
And upon your refusal, that would be looked at as dishonor.
I'm not addressing it. The jury's coming out.
So there's
welcome, jury.
The tacit agreement that you don't have
Sovereign
to answer any questions
tactics.
as a public servant, Your Honor.
Clint Brook.
Therefore,
what's up?
That's dishonor. Are you going to honor your oath of office?
Stand. I'm not addressing it further.
Are you going to honor your oath of office?
All rise.
So I'll take that as a tacit agreement that you're not going to honor your
All
oath
right,
of
I'm going
office.
to have to excuse the jury.
Thank you for sharing the love out there, guys.
Mr. Brooks, I warned you that if you made any interruptions when they came out, you would be removed to the courtroom. That's what I'm doing right now.
Person who
You're
did
forfeiting your right
transcription
to be
needs to be
present
fired.
in
Way
this
too many
courtroom,
mistakes
unless you
in
can
the
promise
text.
me right now,
Right?
you will respect prior rulings of this court
Spelling?
and not interrupt this next phase of the trial, which is the court reading the jury instructions without interruption from you. Can you do that?
Have I acted in dishonor, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks, I very expressly warned you.
Have I acted in dishonor?
You have disobeyed a direct order from this court.
Have I acted in dishonor?
You have disrupted these proceedings.
I have not.
Bailiff, whack his
Sir, can you
pee-pee.
pledge to me that when this jury comes back out, that you will remain silent and not reference things like subject matter jurisdiction, the court's oath of office, tacit agreements, or anything? Can you pledge that you will respect these proceedings and this jury by
Why can't he speak those things? It's crazy. He may not deserve his rights, but
not interrupting?
Have I acted in dishonor, Your Honor?
I will ask you one more time. Can you pledge to be quiet, sir?
Why should I?
her shoe is going to hit him.
Have I acted in dishonor?
Because under Illinois versus Allen, I believe you've already forfeited your right to be here, but you can reclaim that as soon as
Witchy
you are
bitchy
willing
Nikki,
to
what's
conduct
up, hon?
yourself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in these proceedings, which at this point in the proceedings, sir, all I am doing is reading through the final jury instructions. I do not want that process interrupted by statements by you that are frankly misstatements of the law.
If they're misstatements of the law, Your Honor, how come they haven't been proven for the record? And I'm asking, have
All
I
right,
acted
he
in dishonor?
refuses to answer the
Have
questions.
I acted in dishonor,
I have given
Your
him
Honor?
an ample opportunity to do so.
I think
He
this
has
guy is
forfeited his right to
scum,
be present
but the
for
court
reading
is
of the
out of
jury
hand.
instructions
I
and he is to
agree.
be removed to the neighboring courtroom. We will be in recess until that takes place.
You have
I do need to
freedom of
confirm
speech
that
except
the
when we
audio
decide you
and
don't.
visual,
Wow. Go Anna Banana.
Equipment and system is working. I am getting a thumbs up from
Steamrolled.
the bailiff. I'll just ask Madam Clerk to confirm with the clerk that's over there as well. I would note Mr. Brooks has the headphones on.
Hey.
This court
lovely
certainly
people.
doesn't take pleasure in removing Mr. Brooks from this courtroom.
Here comes the
once
shoe.
again. We are at an important stage of this proceeding.
Oh
Where the
no.
court
Sorry, Nikki.
needs to instruct the jury concerning all of the law that will guide them in their deliberations. As I've put on the record previously, the total pages comes to 107. I will be reading this morning through page 73 prior to the parties given the opportunity to make closing arguments, and then reading from pages 74 to 106 following that. It is very important that the court do this without interruption.
I'm a lawyer. I'm working for the
Yesterday, this
system.
court held a jury instruction conference where
New viral video shows a suspect allegedly take a Walmart employee hostage, all before being shot and killed by police. The incident happened on December 21st in Richland, Mississippi. Police say the suspect, later identified as 21-year-old Corlunda McGinnister, took the employee hostage.
Damn.
Video shows McGinnister holding a gun in one hand and grabbing onto the employee with the other.
What the hell? I'm not even sure if I want to show that. What the hell? What is wrong with this world, man? People are fucking insane. Yeah, I came to watch Anna, but Hippie was live. Thank you. I haven't seen you for a while. I've been on my second channel, the Singing Hippie, so that's why. Oh my god, this girl's gonna get shot. That's insane. Huh. Working on Walmart case. Yeah, what did it switch cases? No, we're going back to.
Hi. Why is everyone talking about Navage and nasal
Commercial.
irrigation?
Let's see. I think it's the vaccine. America. Anna Banana, hand pink waving. She's insane, but what made her that way? Becoming a judge? Or are you talking about the woman that shot? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Hanging with the hippie. Yes, that's my other channel, guys, right here. I'm not going to be messing around streaming on the Wandering Hippie. This will just going to be kind of auditing, law, stuff like that. The hell raising and the fun will go on in the Singing Hippie, so go check it out. Subscribe. Check out the Singing Hippie. Got some amazing people singing in there now. It's been quite fun. And I don't have to worry about messing with this channel by getting porn bombed or any of that bullshit. So I probably won't put people on panel over here until unless it's something special, and I know people suck. So we're still on a commercial, so I'll chit chat until. I won't do it, Mrs. B. Stick me with the nature only. Let's see. ATL says, Mrs. B, holla. Holla. We're still on. They do like 6 fucking commercials in a row. Anybody got snow? What the fuck is this? Sunday school or something? I should come down there and slap you. Come on over, bro. Hey, you gotta look good once in a while. I don't know. Right? And we're in a library. I mean, hippies dressed up and we're in a library. I mean, that's pretty weird in itself. Homer, what's going on? 21 people. Thank you so much. Making a strong comeback. Yeah, I'm on 2 channels, guys. Some of you guys may not have seen, but I made a new channel, the Singing Hippie. So I spend some time over there. Mrs. Hippie did the tie. I'm not gonna lie. You're right, Crafty. Mrs. Hippie did tie my tie. I'm not that smart. There it is again. The Singing Hippie. Come on over, especially if you want to sing. We're always down for some of that. Ha ha. Porn bombers hit anybody running live chat with 3 or more people. They won't be denied, and they don't bring pitches. You've not untied it since it was done. You're right, hon. I just slide it, hang it up. I've got all my ties. We could quickly switch ties. Damn, it's still a commercial. Yeah, we could switch ties and it would be the same one. I've heard of bombs since they took AC Presents down. I haven't heard of a bomb since. Yeah. We got porn bombed over at South Alabama's channel about a week ago. I was over there on his channel, jumped up on panel. AC came up and said, oh, some girl, blah, blah, blah. We put her on panel and she immediately put up porn. So, still happening. Here we go. She's back in the courtroom.
With Mr. Brooks raising issues and prior rulings that this court has spent an abundant amount of time on, including subject matter jurisdiction. He continues to claim he did not consent. That's been noted for the record. He continues to claim that he
I don't know who it was.
a limited or no understanding of prior rulings and decisions of this court. I repeatedly advised him I would not be revisiting these issues, that I wanted to go forward with the jury instructions, and repeatedly warned him that any interruption once the jury came out would result in his removal from the courtroom. Again, I take no pleasure in doing that. I prefer that he be here, but frankly, the decision I made here today, with the speed at which I made the decision.
But frankly, I don't want him to talk. I just want him to shut up.
Here today is not only to preserve the dignity of these proceedings, but to do so in a way that avoided the court admonishing Mr. Brooks in front of the jury. This, of course, comes on the history in this case with the repeated removals that this court has had to undertake with Mr. Brooks, given his conduct and his behavior in this case. I am currently being advised that he would like to come back. That, of course, is always something that I will give him. As soon as I make my full findings, I will pause, and he will be brought back into this courtroom so that he can be in attendance when the jury is brought out. Of course, my decision that I made this morning to remove him is based on the authority from Illinois versus Allen. I'd also note that State versus Anthony talks about the Allen decision along with State versus Vaughn. Those are two state court decisions. Clearly, even though Mr. Brooks was using a mild-mannered tone of voice, he directly disobeyed the court order that he not interrupt once the jury was brought out. He did that immediately upon the first juror walking in. I believe only a few of the jurors even walked in. He was continuing to talk. I immediately removed them from the courtroom to minimize the impact of his disruption. It was clearly disruptive, but again, he is asking to come back, and I will honor that request. I will further advise him, though, that should he interrupt during the jury instruction phase of this trial by either objecting or raising issues that have no bearing on the advisement to the jury by this court of all of the...
How's he supposed to know if it's bearing if he can't have the permission to fucking say it? Again, I think this guy's a piece of shit. He killed children, but damn, the system is such trash.
The jury instructions, I will consider admonishing him in the presence of the jury or simply removing the jury so that then I could admonish him and then making the appropriate record. All right, with that, since he's asking to come back, we will take a pause, we'll recess, we'll come back in when he is set up in this courtroom.
Before the jury's brought out, can we address subject matter jurisdiction, Your Honor? Before
Absolutely
the jury's
not.
brought out?
Absolutely not.
Is that a tacit agreement that you don't have to answer those questions as a public servant, Your Honor? So are you going to act in dishonor?
Mr. Brooks?
Are you going to act in dishonor?
I've already addressed your requests.
It hasn't been proven for the record, Your Honor.
The jury is on its way.
They're not out yet, though.
But they're on the way.
You held me in contempt.
I'm not
You held me in
addressing these
contempt
matters,
before.
sir.
Have I acted in
Who
dishonor?
tied his tie?
You held me in contempt without me being.
Where'd he
in
get
dishonor.
that tie?
How have I dishonored the court? Have I acted in dishonor? Have I rose my voice or argued with Your Honor?
Yeah, what is
Have I
up with that?
disrupted the
Mr.
courtroom
Brooks,
in
you're
any
back
way?
in this courtroom at your request. The jury is coming out.
I never should have
Please
been.
be respectful of their time.
I
and of this
have
process
been. They weren't even
and the
out
dignity
before.
of the proceedings.
They weren't even out before when I was trying to address.
I wonder, that's a good question. Is the system making him wear a mask, or is he just wearing it because he wants to? That's an interesting. So he's fighting this, and the judge just wants him to sit quiet and be sentenced, right, Nikki? Yeah, just because he's a piece of shit doesn't mean his rights get taken away, right? So I'd have to agree with you there, Nikki. Let's see. Let's hear him.
What needed to be
Mr.
addressed
Brooks.
before they came out.
You
Am I
just
acting
attempted
in
to disrupt
dishonor?
the proceedings.
Am I acting in dishonor? So that's a tacit
All
agreement
rise
that you
for the
don't.
jury, please.
It's a tacit agreement that you don't have to answer questions.
That is a nice tie.
All right, the jury.
No
is
jury's
not
out.
Mr. Brooks.
No jury's
close the
out.
door.
I was trying to address
Mr. Brooks,
this before they
right
came out.
outside this door. I am not going to do this with you this morning. You either
I'm not
abide by
doing-
these rules
Am I
and
acting in
stay
dishonor?
quiet,
Am
or
I
you will
acting
be
in
in the other
dishonor?
courtroom.
Am I acting in dishonor?
Yes, you are acting
How?
in dishonor.
How?
You are disobeying the direct order of this court.
Or
to
he's not
respect the
jabbed.
decorum
Oh,
and dignity of
interesting,
these
Nikki.
proceedings. You are
Interesting.
merely attempting to delay.
I don't care what you think. That's not accurate.
Mr. Brooks, I am
Ooh.
having this jury out. And if you
and you're
say
making-
one word when that door opens,
You're making a tacit agreement.
then you will forfeit your right to be present.
So you're
Stay
acting in
quiet.
dishonor then, Your Honor.
Shut
All right,
your
the
mouth,
jury may
boy.
come in.
You're acting in dishonor by making a tacit agreement that you don't have to answer any questions as a public servant. You're not holding up to your oath to protect the
All right, the
Constitution.
door is open and he's talking.
Okay, so you're gonna hold me in
All right,
contempt?
the jury cannot come in. Never mind.
Are you gonna hold
All
me
right.
in
She's
contempt?
fucking
Mr.
mental.
Brooks is going to be removed. We're in recess until that
How
can
am
be
I? How am
accomplished.
I acting in dishonor?
The record to reflect that Mr. Brooks is now in the other courtroom. I currently have him muted so that I can add to the record. I have
Obey. Just
confirmed he can hear
obey.
and see as well. I would note he does have the headphones on while in that courtroom. He just lifted them up as well, or at least part of them.
Do as I
This court
say,
has
or I'm
previously
punishing
relied
you for
upon,
being
the U.S.
obstinate.
Supreme Court case of Illinois versus Allen, wherein the United States Supreme Court indicated it is essential to the proper administration of the criminal justice that dignity, order, and decorum be the hallmarks of all court proceedings in our country. The flagrant disregard in the courtroom of elementary standards of proper conduct should not and cannot be tolerated. We believe trial judges confronted with disruptive, contemptuous, stubbornly defiant defendants must be given sufficient discretion to meet the circumstances of each case. No one formula for maintaining the appropriate courtroom atmosphere will be best in all situations. We think there are at least three constitutionally permissible ways for a trial judge to handle
Chris Bell,
such
what's
a
going on,
defendant,
brother?
including one, bind and gag him, thereby keeping him present; two, cite him for contempt; or three, take him out of the courtroom until he promises to conduct himself properly. I understand Mr. Brooks is waving to the court. I'll address that momentarily. But the bottom line
We'll
is
take him out of the room until he be's a good boy and listens to the judge. Aw.
there is a history of repeated disruptive behavior by Mr. Brooks. I warned him after he came back in. The first thing he wanted to do was address subject matter jurisdiction. That is, from my perspective.
Let me comment on that. So Nikki says here, she tears him like her child, not a constituent. This is why judges were meant to be elected. Wow, that's pretty deep, Nikki. Mommy.
tactic on his part to delay these proceedings, to disrupt
wait.
these proceedings.
I'll lick her
I've
high heels.
issued a
Just
written
saying.
decision. He has yet to appeal that written decision. He has that right to file an interlocutory appeal. I would also note at no time during this case has jurisdiction ever been challenged when he was represented by an attorney. So I warned him, given the importance of the proceedings and the need for the court to advise this jury without interruption, he was removed once again. I will not bring him back into this courtroom unless he is willing and pledges to conform his conduct and pledge to not interrupt by making any statements when this jury is present and during the court reading all of the jury instructions. I will unmute him so that he can indicate what he would like to say to the court. You are unmuted, sir. Go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
We can.
First of all, at 9:25, I would like the record to reflect that the prosecution was making disparitative remarks and gestures in pursuant to what just happened. I don't appreciate it, and I think that that is very disrespectful. For the record.
She doesn't care. Nikki says she likes to hear her own voice. I agree.
How did I act in dishonor to be removed from the courtroom? How have I acted in dishonor? This is a whole nother... How have I acted in dishonor?
All right, I'm going to mute Mr. Brooks. I'm not going to answer that question. I've made my ruling as far as anything that was done by the prosecution. I was not in the courtroom.
Right?
The jury was not present. Whatever happened, if anything at all, was done outside the presence of the jury. If there is anything the state wants to put on the record right now, I'll give you that opportunity. Otherwise, I am going to bring the jury out, Mr. Brooks.
Nice glasses.
If you want to come back into this courtroom, you need to write your request down on a piece of paper, and when you do that, pledge to this court that you will not interrupt these proceedings. Without that, I will not bring you back into this courtroom. Anything the state wants to put on the record.
I'm sorry,
I have a
Judge.
question, Your Honor. I don't have anything directly in response to Mr. Brooks' last statement.
All right, go ahead.
Yesterday afternoon, when we had the 4-screen up, there was a wider view of the courtroom so that the jury box could be seen. Is that possible to do again?
Yes, it is. We can take the witness stand camera and pull it out so that he has a view of the jury box as well. I can't angle it, but I can do that.
And for the record, when you do that, then he can
the
see
typical,
the jury box. So
I
would
wasn't
ask that
there.
Be done before we...
Please do that, Madam Clerk.
The judge farts into goblets so she can snip them with style. That is fucking great.
Well, it's not on Zoom, and so the
This
court
is grounds
would be
for
able
mistrial.
to
That's what
fix
someone
the
said
camera
earlier,
only
Nikki.
and not on the screen, so that they don't capture any of the jurors, and they're directed to honor that and do that. Same thing, obviously, with our still photographer. If there are any images captured of Mr. Brooks, you can see the cameras being zoomed out. You would need to avoid capturing members of the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. The record should reflect you have zoomed out the camera, and it looks like about 90% of the jury box can now be seen in the view if Mr. Brooks chooses to do that.
Mr. Brooks, I'll unmute. What is it you would like the court to address?
How can you rule that I don't have the right to be present in the courtroom?
All right. I've answered that previously. I've made my findings under Illinois versus Allen. He continues to interrupt, even if it is by asking questions. I've made my ruling. The record stands. It speaks for itself.
You cannot speak unless I say.
And I intend to have the jury brought out. I need one moment before I do that. And so I'm going to just take about a 2-minute recess. Mr. Brooks sent a note that says, under Illinois v. Allen, I request for the second to be present at my trial. I never consented to not being present or to act in dishonor because he has not made a pledge to conform his conduct as is required.
Oh my God, that's funny as fuck. The prosecutor in the middle
I'm
needs...
Michelle Yu, and you're watching Law and Crime.
That's great. I'll mute while we let the... Don't question my authority. You will respect my authority. Yeah, I agree, Neve. A lot of the times when he spoke up, it was just bullshit. But other times I feel like maybe he had a right to be asking questions. I mean, if, maybe he should have a lawyer, but he's a terrible person. Chris Bell, is there any case law that gives pro se defendant huge defense by the court? That's above me, bro. You will respect my authority. Somebody should get her some butt hurt cream. I forget who said that here, but I agree. And it will be worse. The new gender affirming health care. I lost that. Where'd it go? Master Clown. I did it. I did it. What do we got? Still on commercial. Who's in the library? Who's smoking weed in the library? It smells like weed in here. Just saying. Put that shit out. Who else has got snow? It's still spitting a little. It's not really sticking. Oh, you deleted it? All right. You're good. Let's see. What do we got? Commercial still. I just feel like even if he is a piece of shit, they kind of step on his rights. And I'm pretty sure it was Anon Mouse who said that, this trial is going to set precedents for a mistrial per another shot. Now replay the OJ. I mean, I honestly would be okay with that. Still on commercial. Call now. 1-800. Clap on, clap off with the clapper. I kind of dig it sitting here making fun of the trial. And maybe learning a little bit about how terrible the system is while you're at it. Still a commercial. Casey Anthony. Oh, man, that's a beautiful trial. I mean, his rights is being violated, but it's kind of his own fault. He should know court decorum. I mean, the weird thing is he seems smart, sadly. I don't know how to do what he did and be smart, but he does in some scenes. Oh, here we go. He does seem smart.
Even without that, though, that it's the functional equivalent of being present in this courtroom. All right, with that, then the jury will be brought out. I'll remind
These
Mr.
are the
Brooks,
expectations
while he can
of
reclaim
behavior in
the
court.
right to come back into the courtroom and make a request, I am going to be adamant that his
Because he was
request,
pro se, was given a lot of
include a
consideration.
statement that he's willing to conduct himself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the concept of courts and judicial proceedings, and specifically pledge to not interrupt the reading of the jury instructions. Until such time, he will remain in that courtroom. All right, go ahead. All right, we are back on the record. The jury has not been brought out just yet. I indicated I would address a note that was passed by Mr. Brooks to the court. In it, he indicates the following: I have reclaimed my rights.
The hell is he
that
doing?
I never gave up or consented to give up, parenthesis, to be present, and you have not honored your oath of office to protect my constitutional rights, specifically my 14th Amendment, Section 1, which references equal protection of the laws. Would you like to explain this on the record, or should I? I will if you won't. I would like to make an offer of proof for my appeal on the record. I indicated previously that should Mr. Brooks want to come back into this courtroom pursuant to Illinois versus Allen, he could certainly reclaim the right to be present, but he would need to be willing to conduct himself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the concept of courts and judicial proceedings. I specifically advise that he would need to pledge to not interrupt the proceedings. He has not done that, meaning he has not indicated he wants to come back, or that he will pledge to be courteous and follow the rules of decorum.
How does he act like he does? Doing what he did, man.
Read through the jury instructions.
He should have just pled guilty and fucking got it over
letters
with.
Or notes that he passed will, of course, be made part of the record, but I'm going to deny his request to make a further record for appeal, as I need to continue advising the jury of the jury instructions. So with that, Mr. Brooks will remain where he is at. Anything further he wants to address, he will need to do that in writing, as he has done with a note, but I don't feel the need to give him any additional opportunity to explain that. What I will ask is he going to make a request to come back into this courtroom? And if that is true, he can give me a thumbs up sign, and then I will address that. All right, I will unmute him. Mr. Brooks, what is your request as it relates to coming back into this courtroom?
I've requested to come back into the courtroom with the first writing that you said I had to write.
I put that on the record already, sir. You did not pledge to respect the rules of courtesy and decorum and pledge to not interrupt the court. Are you willing to pledge that at this time?
Your Honor, with all due respect, I've never had to do that before to reclaim my right. I've always asked, when you've given me the opportunity, when I felt that the time was right, I've always asked to come back, have I not?
Mr. Brooks, given your conduct this morning and your blatant violation of my direct order to you to not interrupt when the jury was being brought out, I felt it important to strictly enforce the language of Illinois versus Allen, and only bring you back if you are willing to conduct yourself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the concepts of courts and judicial proceedings, and specifically pledge to not interrupt as I go through all of these jury instructions. If you're willing to do that, I will bring you back in.
Your Honor, with
he's a narcissistic.
Be fair and say today hasn't been as volatile
because he's smart.
Or as
Harley, what's up?
Back and forth between you and I hasn't been what it has been previously.
Like and
Mr.
share
Brooks, we
done.
started
Thank you so
the
much.
advisement to the jury an hour later than I anticipated.
Thank you, Mom.
So I would thoroughly disagree with you that it might not have been volatile or loud, but it was nonetheless disruptive. So I will ask you these questions, sir. If you come back into this courtroom, are you willing to honor my request and order to you that you not interrupt as I read through the jury instructions?
Yeah, I don't understand the question that you're asking.
Sir, are you willing to refrain from raising the issue of subject matter jurisdiction if you come back into this courtroom?
Your Honor, with all due respect to your ruling on Illinois versus Allen, that was not part of Illinois versus Allen. I don't understand why that's being
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to debate the meaning of Illinois versus Illinois v. Allen with you. I'm simply trying to get you back into this courtroom. You seem to want to be here, but you don't want to pledge to follow the rules of courtesy and decorum. So that's on you.
Your Honor, this has never been done before. It's never been done before, and I've always been able to reclaim my right to be able to be present.
Are you willing?
Which is what I stated.
Stupid people don't plan things.
When I first came over here,
they commit crimes of passion.
I actually told the bailiff numerous times.
Mr. Brooks, I am strictly enforcing the language of Illinois versus Allen, which says the following. I will repeat myself again. Once lost, the right to be present can, of course, be reclaimed as soon as the defendant is willing to conduct himself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the conduct of courts and judicial proceedings.
Gregory. Shalom, COVID. He will appeal, but his behavior might affect. What's up, COVID? What do we got?
Michael Bryant, and you're watching Law and Crime.
More commercials, like 6 of them.
When she was 19 weeks pregnant, Kelly went in for a routine ultrasound and received devastating news.
The doctor knew that something was wrong when he looked at his heart.
After Finn was born, he needed multiple surgeries and procedures just so he could survive.
It's your birthday?
He has had 17
Happy
procedures,
birthday,
including
Emily.
2 open heart surgeries. To be perfectly honest, I
They say
can't
it's
see
your
Finn
birthday.
even getting past birth without the American Heart Association.
Finn's thriving today because of
Have a
people
good
like
day.
you who give monthly to the American Heart Association. Monthly support
Enjoy.
that helps fund the kind of research, medical breakthroughs, and specialized care that saved Finn's life.
Without the American Heart Association, he would not be here.
Heart disease is the #1 killer of Americans of all ages. All it takes is $19 a month.
I'll mute the commercials until they're over. Can't complain, sir. Thanks for asking. Hope you and everyone is having a great day. Yeah, I'm having a good day. There's 13 people here. We're chilling. Just can't beat it. Happy birthday, Emily. Everyone wish Emily a happy birthday. They say it's your birthday. Red heart shape. I hate that I can't do that stuff. Here we go. How about this? Happy birthday. Hey, wait. It says I'm not on Pro. That's weird. I was gonna do cheer for your birthday, but apparently I don't have this set up right. But anyway, more commercials. Butt hurt cream is Experian. It affects your credit score when you try to get your credit score. Smee! What's up, Smee? Happy celebration of entering this world, right? I don't like birthdays anymore. Older you get, the more you... Just another year closer to the end. I'm 56. I had to do that 56 times. I don't want no more. Can I just stay 56? Please. 11 people. We're fading fast. Still on a commercial. This fucking channel loves commercials. I had to pay $1.99 just to stream this case. $2. And they still bury you with fucking commercials. Okay, hippie, everyone. See you on the next one. Thanks for coming by, COVID. Smash that like button on your way out, everybody. Smash it on your way through. Appreciate it muchly. Another commercial. Holy shit. Simplify. It helps you. Let's see. What do we got now?
It's nice to be able to look at you all and say thank you. Truly thank you. Each and every one of you, I want to express our sincere gratitude from the prosecution team, myself, Deputy
Give me my
District
$2, right?
Assistant District Attorney Zach Woodchow. There's no one in this courtroom that does not realize the sacrifice that you've made serving your community in this very important task. You've put your lives on hold. I don't even want to hear from your bosses. Thank you. You've watched these proceedings and you've noticed.
Hey,
as we sit
New
at
York
our
Tyrant
prosecution
Hunter. What's
table,
up, brother?
We don't have a client at our table. But rest assured, we do represent someone. We represent the people of the state of Wisconsin. It's an entity. I can't bring it to the courtroom. People enact laws. People want to feel safe. People have representatives.
We're not
in
safe from the
Madison or
system.
Washington, D.C. that set standards, rules that we all are expected to live by.
Rules.
And when those rules are violated, prosecutors step in and enforce the law.
Yeah.
Darrell Brooks does not represent anybody. He does not have a client. Darrell Brooks is the client. Darrell Brooks is the defendant. The state of Wisconsin is the plaintiff. It's really that simple. And it's consistent with any other criminal case you've ever heard about at any other time in any other jurisdiction. It runs the same, no matter what state or federal. I'm going to ask you for your guilty vote at the end of my comments. It's up to you. I can't tell you to do anything, except I'm going to say one thing to you that I wholeheartedly ask you to obey.
Attorney Upper, I'm sorry for the interruption. Your objection, sir?
Oh my God.
Characterization of who I am and the way it was said, I feel like it was talking
Oh my.
down.
What
Your
an
objection
idiot.
is noted. It's overruled. The state may continue.
You must not consider anything about Darrell Brooks other than his conduct in downtown Waukesha on the evening of November 21, 2021. Nothing he's done before that, nothing he's done since that. When you go back to that deliberation room, please obey Judge Doro. Confine your comments to his conduct on November 21 of 21. Is he guilty of the 76 counts that he's been charged with? That and solely that should be your topic of discussion. So, what are the charges against Darrell Brooks? Thank you for your patience in listening to the jury instructions. They must be read for each and every count. But sadly, they can be summarized very quickly like this as far as the actual counts. Counts 1 through 6 are first-degree intentional homicide while armed with a dangerous weapon. Counts 7 through 67, first-degree recklessly endangering safety while armed with a dangerous weapon.
Jesus.
Counts 68 through 74, hit and run causing death. Counts 75 and 76, bail jumping, and count 77, battery.
Whoa.
Mr. Brooks, what is your objection?
I have 76 charges, not 77.
What an asshole.
Mischaracterization of the charges.
That is correct. It is sustained. It should be count 68 through 73, I believe, and then 74 through 75, and then 76.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do apologize for my math skills. 68 through 73.
What a smirk on her
74 and
face.
75 are
Jesus.
bail jumping, and 76 is battery. I apologize for that misstatement. We're going to talk about counts 1 through 67 in detail. Counts 68 through 73.
The court is
hit and
out
run
of
causing
hand.
death.
Look
In
how
my
happy
opinion, are
she
easily
is with a
summarized
little
as
smirk
this.
on her face. I
He
agree.
never stopped. Never.
This is
Bail
not a
jumping.
proceeding.
He was out on bail for 2 files in Milwaukee County, facing felony charges there. He was ordered to not commit any further crimes. If you believe he was involved in any of the conduct charging counts 1 through 67, you should find him guilty of bail jumping. Battery, that relates to the split lip and black eye suffered by Erica Peterson.
I hope he
We told
doesn't
the
get
story
out.
kind of backwards. We started with the battery for background. First degree intentional homicide. You've seen this in our opening statement. You've heard it from Judge Doro.
Master Clown.
Did Daryl Brooks cause the death of the victim, a victim? Did he act with intent to kill, meaning either the mental purpose to take the life of another or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being? Count 1, Ginny Sorensen. Count 2, Lee Owen. Count 3, Tamara Durand.
Pooh.
Count 4, Jane
You
Kulik.
think so? That'd be crazy.
Count 5, Bill Hospital.
Happens all the time, though, don't it?
Count 6, Jackson Sparks. Those are the individuals who lost their lives because of the conduct of Daryl Brooks.
What the?
From there we go to reckless endangering safety. What is that? In this case, it means that through his reckless driving, he endangered the safety of other people. And he did so demonstrating utter disregard for human life. Now, behind me is State's Exhibit 15. It's also on the PowerPoint. If you choose, you may have this chart with you in the deliberation room to help you walk through each of these counts if you find it helpful. It's up to you. If you don't want it, you don't have to have it. But it will be
Sad but
available
true.
for you if you ask for it. And it'll take you, as we did in our presentation.
I'm surprised people in jail haven't. He must be under heavy protection.
Of the case, right down Main Street and address all the counts that were involved.
Objection.
All the counts that were charged. To prove reckless endangering safety, and I'm just going to go back one slide, nowhere do you see there that we have to prove any degree of injury to anyone.
Oh, shit.
Never once did Judge Doro instruct you that somebody has to be physically injured. Now, Detective Casey told you that was the standard we used in deciding of all these hundreds of thousands of people who is included in these charges. And a decision was made by the prosecution team to include people who were physically injured to be efficient in our prosecution. And so everybody up and down the street, I would argue, had their safety endangered that day. I didn't charge
me either.
5,000 counts. We selected 61 counts of people that we can identify by name in Exhibit 15 that were injured by the conduct of Mr. Brooks. Those are the people in green. People in red are the fatalities. And we presented this case to you in much the same fashion that is presented here on Exhibit 15 as to how the injuries occurred going down that street. So we are absolutely held to our burden of proof and the elements for each offense that Judge Doro instructed you on, but we are not required to prove any injury to anybody. The question is, was
He
their
is
safety
top shelf in
endangered
prison.
by his reckless conduct?
Because of what he's done,
his
you mean?
Reckless driving. Now, some of the groups, it's pretty easy. They walked in a formation, and you can get a photograph or a diagram, and you can
She's
kind of
cranky.
see
She needs coffee.
pretty easily who was located where, right? And you can think back to the videos that you've seen for each of these groups and remember, and you'll see them again, the path of the vehicle as it went through each of these groups. This is South Band, of course. All of these names that are being displayed on the PowerPoint Exhibit 21 are on Exhibit 15 in green for Waukesha South Band. Pretty much the whole left half of the formation was endangered by the safety of Darrell Brooks driving up the side of that band. The Extreme Dance Team, it's a little difficult to read, but again, this chart was marked as an exhibit. It's exhibit number 33. If you want it, you can have it in the
I
jury
agree.
room.
A man who has
The
nothing
names
to
on this
lose
chart
is
will match
a scary
the names
person.
for the Extreme Dance Team on State's Exhibit 15. All of the girls that were struck and injured as they marched with the Extreme Dance Team, plus some people on the back that were handing out candy or serving in support roles as the unit made its way down the street. The Dancing Grannies, State's Exhibit 54, the formation that they marched in, who was located where, and your recollection of how that SUV zigzagged through that group. And you can just see the names and match it up to who was injured and killed versus who wasn't. Now, one of the big things in this case has always been, why did this happen? What was he thinking? Why did he do this? Again, those are things I don't necessarily have to prove to you. His intent, I do have to prove, and I submit without any doubt. There's overwhelming evidence that this was an intentional act by Darrell Brooks and an act of utter disregard for human life. I say that for these reasons, folks. Number one, first and foremost, just stop driving. That's it. It's really that simple. Not one person had to be hurt that day if he would have just stopped driving.
Excuse me, Attorney Alford, your objection, sir?
You specifically, I'm sorry, can I be heard?
Your objection, sir?
I didn't know if I was on mute or not.
You're not?
You specifically said in your jury instructions that intent cannot be, you can't look into someone's mind, I think is what it says, to find intent. So how could that be characterized as someone knowing for sure intent or not knowing for sure intent?
You're making an argument. You'll have an opportunity to do that later. Your objection's noted. It's overruled. The state may continue.
I apologize.
We showed you at the very beginning, remember our first witness was Sergeant Warner, the man who was the incident commander for the parade. We put up another map. I think it states
But
Exhibit
they
1.
do.
You can have that if you want it. Shows all the positions of all the police officers and the reserve officers, the barricades, the squad cars. How do I know it was intentional? Because even Darrell Brooks told Detective Carpenter, I could tell something was going on downtown. No reasonable person would drive upon this area, see the squads with their red and blues on, see the officers in the street with their bright yellow vests, see all the people milling around, see the floats lining up and the participants getting ready, and not know to drive safely, slowly, and obey officers.
Never answer questions.
The barricades.
Oh my goodness.
I'm Jesse Weber, and you're watching Law and Crime.
Are we?
People said I was crazy
Or
to do
are
this.
we not?
Just a surf coach who wanted to shake up the sunglass industry.
Oh, he's a hottie. Surfer boy. It works a lot different ways. Yeah, every time he says something, right, they use it against him. People don't get that. Don't say nothing. Get your lawyer. Even the Supreme Court says, don't speak. It can never help you talking to the police. That's why you never go go to a social worker of PHSY. Not sure what that is. A state social worker. I got you. Let's see. What do we got? We're still on commercial. I don't know. It's tough to watch. Tough to watch a man act like he does doing what he did. Like he acts like he's done nothing wrong. It's weird. I don't even get it. How could you kill that many people and then be okay with it? Act like you should get away with it. The interrogation of him is pretty interesting. I don't think I can play the interrogation. It's look what's on the screen. You too can buy one of these. Support your government because we print too much money and we don't have any gold to back it up. If you go to a social worker or psychiatrist, it will be used against you in court of law, right? You too can buy one of these. 1-800-842-8504. Only $19.95. Yes, you get a certificate of authenticity. Wow. Crazy what they'll do for money. Stop snowing. It looks like rain now. $19.95. You too can have one of these coins. 5 per caller. Oh my God. $2 coin for $40. What do we got here? Is it another commercial? Nope.
The parade participants help us prove it's intentional, and the parade spectators help us prove it's intentional.
Excuse me, Attorney Opera, your objection, sir?
Speculation.
Once a case is fully adjudicated.
What the alleged defendant said he saw, it
Sir,
was never.
Your objection's noted. It's overruled. This is closing arguments, not the evidentiary phase.
Thank you, Anon. Appreciate that.
So how can speculation be made to what was saw? if
Your
that was never
objection's
testified
noted.
to?
My dad always
We'll
bought that
Continue,
stuff.
Attorney Opera.
Honking the horn. Quite interesting that Mr. Brooks asked so many witnesses if they heard the horn honking.
Hey, Smee, have a
Some
great
of them
day,
said they
brother.
did at the beginning of the
Thanks
parade.
for coming.
Yeah, I
Smash
heard
that
the horn
like
honk.
on your way out.
Most of them said they didn't. The horn honking cuts both ways, folks.
He's objecting to closing statements.
That means he can see something's in front of him. That means he knows there's an object in the road. You can rely on your common experience in your affairs of everyday life. If you see something in the road and you want to alert the other person to your presence, you will honk. But you do not have the green light to then just keep going if they don't move. He knew they were there. Intent.
Yeah, I think people probably don't like, as a jury, all the time he's wasting means more time they're going to spend in a hotel away from their family while they wait for this case to process. I get it.
I've skipped one. I'm sorry. Going back to my street, number 15, I failed to include the Catholic community. That's just one of the photographs showing the people that will match up to Exhibit 15 from the Catholic community of Waukesha. There's a lot of photographs identifying the people that were marching with that group. The parade started. This is the starting point, or at least
free. Have a great,
right?
Get some good stuff.
This is the area.
Come back and smoke it.
Videos of the groups passing by in this area. We heard testimony from 4 different police officers standing in 4 different spots near here.
We heard her earlier say that these jurors were in a hotel across the street or something.
Telling of their 4 different efforts to stop him. Intentional. Sergeant Wanner's back here testified that this red SUV blew by me. I waved both arms over my head. I'm in a police uniform. I have an unmarked squad, but I have my red and blues on. And he blew past me. He gets down here to the corner where Detective Casey is standing. Detective Casey runs out into the street, gets close enough to put his hand on the hood of the car. He keeps going. He comes down, turns onto Main Street, gets in this area of East Avenue to the south and Buckley Street to the north. This is where he encounters Officer Schneider and Officer Buttrin. They each make a separate effort to stop him, and he keeps going. 4 police officers. It's intentional. He had plenty of opportunity to just stop. Anywhere along the way, one of the officers testified to it. I think it was Officer Schneider. If this was an accident and he mistakenly wandered onto the parade route after passing all this, and he mistakenly wandered onto the parade route, at any point, all he had to do was stop. They could have paused the parade. They could have moved the barricades and escorted him out. He didn't. It was intentional. He went on for 4 blocks. 4 blocks. It was intentional. He reached speeds of approximately 30 miles an hour. That's intentional. He plowed through 68 different people. 68. How can you hit 1 and keep going? How can you hit
public
2
pretender?
Boy,
do I agree with that.
Didn't faze him a bit. He kept going until he got to the end, and there was no more bodies to hit. It's intentional.
Mischaracterization of the evidence.
Noted, overruled. His conduct when he left the parade route, we'll get into this. His flight, his hiding, his panic, his desperation to run. Get the hell out of town as fast as he could before the cops came. that shows his intent. His interview with Detective Carpenter, we spent several hours playing you snippets of that interview. How telling was that? Never once did he say any of these things. Never once did he say, like he told you in his opening statement, it wasn't an accident, it wasn't intentional.
Rules are important to
Never said
imply
that to Detective
justice,
Carpenter.
not
No, he came up with some
retribution.
convoluted
Yay!
story about, I got a ride out here from a buddy in a tan Kia, and then I left to go meet Erica, and we got into a fight, and then I went back, and the other guy got into a fight, and he was leaving, so I took off on foot. Absolutely nonsensical story. Does not match up with the known evidence in this case.
Overruled.
He never
I
stopped.
didn't even state the objection.
I didn't even say
Closing
anything.
argument.
Wow.
She may continue.
I'm going to play
April!
this slide,
Good to
which
see you,
is a
hon.
snippet from State's Exhibit number 53. Go ahead and play with sound, please.
Little Law, April, something different. Jingle bell rock. Good to see you as well, April. I wanted to send you an apology letter from Christmas, but
That was just a snippet that
I don't want to
selected
say it in
because I thought
comments,
really
but
captured
anyway.
the environment that.
Sorry
somebody
all
was
that
trying to
happened on
explain
Christmas
to you,
Day.
right? It's a
You did
Christmas
nothing
parade.
wrong.
People are there with their families, their little kids, their grandkids, their neighbors, their friends, strangers, standing next to strangers. That's what's going on Main Street.
We're watching the trial. This
While
is the
that's
guy who
going on Main Street,
ran over all the people at the
This
parade.
is going on. Remember this? This is the gas station on the corner of Barstow and North Street. While the units are marching down Main Street, entertaining the crowd, Darrell Brooks is driving recklessly. He's enraged, and he's arguing with Erica Patterson.
How does she know he's enraged?
Why is this important? This is important because before he even gets to the parade route, this is how he's driving. He drives the wrong way down North Street and then acts like it's everybody else's fault in the world.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. You may continue.
And I appreciate that, April.
When he finally pulls into the gas station, he rolls down his window and yells at the driver who's properly stopped at the stoplight that it's somehow that guy's fault that Darrell Brooks is trying to drive the wrong way
all
down
over
North
anyway.
Street. And from there, the rage continues. We get to this point, State's Exhibit number 3. Please play. The video's playing. You can see the pushing match between Darrell Brooks, Corey Runkle, Erica Patterson, and Nick Kirby. Watch this. He turns to get in the car, flips up his hood, and goes and gets in the passenger seat. I'm sorry, driver's seat.
What's up?
How long are we going to mischaracterize
Just
that?
Payne
There's
365.
argument. I've heard nothing improper. Your objection's noted. It's overruled. You may continue, Attorney Opper.
Thank you.
They need to know they can nullify.
That's it.
The prosecutor is terrible,
off
but she
onto
can
the
get away
parade
with
route.
whatever, right? Because she's part of the system.
From this moment, right here on Exhibit 15, you're watching it. He's enraged.
Hey, okay, I know who you
He's
are.
angry. Flips up that hood, and he zooms
No
past
problem, Just
Sergeant
Payne.
Warner, past Officer Casey onto the parade route. Now, there's no doubt for the first 2 blocks, he does not strike anyone. And as we've discussed, some even said he was driving.
It's an
at
act, a
reasonable
show. If
speed
you don't follow the script, you're
initially.
fucked.
By
Why,
the
ain't
time
that the
he
truth,
gets
Nikki?
past Officer Buttrin and Officer Schneider in this area here of East Avenue, past East Avenue, and clearly once he gets past Barstow, that's where it starts, right? That's where it starts. Nicole White, our first victim, walking with Remax and a hot air balloon. Knocks her over, keeps going, runs up and over the backs of Waukesha South
100%.
Van, hits the green children spectating on the sidewalk, keeps going, runs over Kelly Grabo and her daughter Adelia walking with Burris Logistics, keeps going, plows through the entire extreme dance team just before the 5 points, keeps going, hits Deborah Ramirez and her son Isaac spectating on the south side of the street, keeps going, clears the 5 points area, hits Jane Kulik square on,
Your Honor, it's tobacco, honestly.
causing her to go up on the hood of the car, and then fall off and drives over her body. He doesn't stop. He keeps going. Runs through the kids over by the steaming cup. We heard the parents testify about little Brinley and Kelsey and Owen that were standing there outside the steaming cup. They were struck by the red SUV driven by Daryl Brooks. Keeps going.
I haven't talked to
Plows
Ellie
through
in a
the
couple
granny
days,
in that
but
zigzag
I talked to her
fashion,
like 2 days ago. She's doing
striking
good.
most of them, injuring them, killing them, keeps going. Gets
Ellie's
down here
actually the one who gave me the idea of messing with
to the
these
end
trials.
and goes
I dig it.
through
It's fun.
the Catholic community. The witness, remember Holly Berg? She testified about that mobile gas station incident. She said she was standing down here in this area. She said, I saw.
Wow, Anna Banana says, so this woman can say all this stuff that is very damaging and biased, but he is not free to do the same. And that is the system hard at work right there, right? Do as
15 to
I
20 people fly
say,
in the
not
air.
as I
They
do.
look like bowling pins.
That's what my mom used to say.
When you saw the video, she's absolutely right. It's a terrible description when you think these are human beings.
Do as I say, not as I do. Another commercial? Are you kidding?
Mike Sachs, and this is Law and Crime.
Wow.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story.
No, it isn't. It is sad to just sit and watch. It's bad when you're part of a trial and you get shit rubbed in your face, but when you're sitting back watching, welcome to the system, right? It's true. Let's get a law book out. He's got a rebuttal and a closing of his own. True. I feel like it's a waste of the court's time myself. All the bullshit. I don't think he has the right to have all that. Definitely not disrespect the proceeding, right? I mean, that's, even though I hate the system. You're right, hippie. We're still, they do like 6 commercials. That's crazy. Somebody said something about ad blocker. I'm pretty sure I have it. I don't know why it's not blocking them. Go grab the blue book to your left. Let's see. I want to see the commercial come up, butt hurt cream, for the judge. Because I have a feeling she needs a little cream on her butt. Somebody said she's probably sitting on a vibrating chair. That's an interesting thought. What do we got coming up there? Loveshrines.org. Experian. You can hurt your credit by simply checking your credit score. Your Honor, I don't know what that smell is. Let's get high, everybody. Uh-oh, the dogs are at the door crying. We need an SNL commercial, right? What's on the commercial now? Cincinnati. Because it's ads, it's commercials, it's network broadcasts. Yeah, it doesn't seem to block them. I've got ad block too. Uh-oh. I didn't do it, Doug. It was somebody else. Not kidding. Yeah, and I paid $1.99 for a month of Law and Crime just to be able to play this live, which is kind of wild. And they put commercials on it to make even more money. Like the $1.99 they charged isn't enough. And you too can have butt hurt cream. Another commercial. Oh my goodness. What's up, dogs? It's network commercial. That's why I don't watch TV. No, she's not on a vibrating chair. She'd be a much happier person. You might be right. Michael, how you doing, Michael? We're chilling, watching a court case. The court case is a guy who drove through a parade. And, oh, here we go. We can watch the bullshit go on in the courtroom.
To cause this carnage. But when he became enraged back here, he didn't give a damn. Who?
Smash that like, everybody.
He intentionally went on. I'll show you.
Wait, he went down?
Motive.
What?
I don't know why he did this. Folks, I don't know why. Other than the rage. He's right. You cannot read minds. Neither can I. But the law doesn't require you to. The law gives you a way to reach a conclusion as to what is somebody thinking. And it's right here. Decide it based on his acts, words, and statements, and from all of the facts and circumstances. I've already been through many of them. I want to show you what I mean. Look at this. Was there room for him to get out? This is way back at the beginning. This is Officer Buttrin's squad video. Way back at the beginning at Buckley Street here that you're looking at. Look at those barricades. Look at the sparse crowd. And there's Officer Schneider in her yellow fluorescent vest on the left side of the picture, about to run into the street and stop him. Intent.
Oh my God.
I'm going to play this video for you because, folks, for me, this is where it becomes crystal clear. You watch this video, the first thing you're going to see if you direct your attention to the left side of the screen is you're going to see him hit Nicole White.
No, we're not going to see it, are we?
Keep going. Now, if that was the end of the story, you may sit here and say, Madam DA, I don't know how you conclude intent from that. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe he didn't.
Officer Butt Cream.
But watch what happens in this video after he knocks Nicole White down, and tell me this does not prove intent. Please play.
They're not going to show us?
Keep watching the left side of your screen.
Oh my God.
That's intent, folks. No reasonable person is going to come across a group of teenagers playing band instruments, drive over them, and keep going.
I'm glad they didn't show it.
That's a still shot of the same thing. That's intent.
April.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Your objection, sir?
How can you tell the jury what they supposed to think?
What the hell? Wait,
Proper
did I
argument,
just...
your objection's noted.
Did he just have a piece of paper that said objection? What the fuck? Wow. That's the kind of treatment he gets.
It's overruled. May
I
continue.
would argue that it's,
Attorney Hopper.
I would say that it's improper, and I move
Mr.
for a
Brooks said, made
mistrial.
my ruling. I'm going to mute you if you don't follow the rules.
Exhibit 1.
Yes, Mommy.
Exhibit 152. Clearly.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd like to
Intentional
see it, but I'm not sure if I want to see it.
Clearly intentional conduct.
That's why I don't watch TV, brother, because I hate seeing
We
all
asked
the
the court
violence.
to take time to have
Oh
you go
my
look
God,
at
I'd
this
never
car
seen that
in
before.
person, because
Oh
it's
my.
remarkably amazing.
Holy shit. Wait. I never seen this before. Oh my God. That's from People? Are you freaking kidding me? I can't believe that. People did all that damage to that Ford truck. Or did he hit something else? Anybody got a comment? Know anything about this? I never saw that picture of that truck. That is... You can show violence, but you can discuss jury nullification. He is guilty until proven innocent, right, Anna? I would have to agree with you. Oh my God. I don't... Did he hit cars too? Oh, he hit barricades? Gotcha. I was gonna say, how the fuck could people do that much damage to a vehicle?
This damage was caused by human beings.
Wait, he just...
That's intent.
What'd she say? She said it was from human means. Let me rewind that.
Sir?
How can you tell the jury what they supposed to think?
Proper argument, your objection's noted. It's overruled. May continue.
I would argue that it's,
Attorney Hopper.
I would say that it's improper, and I move
Mr.
for a
Brooks said, made
mistrial.
my ruling. I'm going to mute you if you don't follow the rules.
Exhibit 1.
I don't think so.
Exhibit 152. Clearly
Anna,
intentional.
I hung out with Press Now, New Hampshire, and Breaking the Flaw.
Clearly intentional conduct. States Exhibit 93. We asked the court to take time to have you go look at this car in
God.
person.
Oh my.
Because it's remarkably amazing that this damage was caused by human beings.
She said, yeah,
That's
caused
intent.
by human beings. Yeah, I
This
was
is an
wondering
excerpt from
if she
State
hit
Exhibit
cars,
154.
Nikki, or he hit cars
Maybe a
or
little
something.
hard to see. A lot of that laying in the front part of this photo are shoes. Remember what Dr. Bidritsky said about the shoes and the feet, the scuff marks on the toes and the ankles? Look at all the shoes laying in the street. This
Oh
is
my
the area at the end when he ran
God.
through the Catholic community. All the shoes laying there because of the velocity. Remember, the medical examiner talked about the velocity. It's not just the
Wow.
speed, it's the velocity.
So all those shoes are laying in the street because he hit them so fucking hard that they flew out of their shoes. Wow. Unfucking believable. I never really, I don't watch TV, so I don't really know the specifics of all this crap, but that's insanity.
The power that these people were knocked right out of their shoes.
Wow.
That's intent.
How is that intent, though?
The flight, the hiding, changing his appearance. He had to go through some effort, right? Crawled up in this playhouse, ditched his sweatshirt and his sandal. The other sandal seems pretty reasonable. He dropped it when he was jumping over a fence. Changed his appearance.
Wasn't all peoples that
Please
done
play.
it, but makes for good drama, like the word velocity.
Excuse me.
Thank you, April. Much love. Glad you're well.
What's he running from? What's he running from if he's just a lost guy with no ride back to Milwaukee? What's he running from as there's cops, sirens wailing in the background? Whoops, that was me. So, State's Exhibit number 130. Put that up here quickly.
I'll be out with Josh AFA later this week. We're going to do a day or two. I talked to him last night, so keep your eyes out. If you see this channel going live, good chance it could be me and Josh. So
Take this. Thank you. I'm not going to go through this whole thing, folks. Suffice it to say, after Officer Skolton tried to stop the threat at that intersection at the top, Wisconsin Avenue.
wow, that's a good question. Wait, hang on. Let
And
me
he blew
pause that. This person, Davey, I'm not sure who that is. Why is there no blood on anything? That's a good question. I mean, they wouldn't have washed it off because they'd want to leave it there like Just Payne said, the word velocity. Of course, they want to leave the blood there to make it look... It's a good question, man. Makes me want to rewind back to that picture. I might do that. Hang on, guys. Let's see if I can find it. It doesn't show when I rewind. Stupid. Should show like a picture of what I'm seeing as I fast forward. Well, it ain't. It's a good question, though, bro. I like that question,
That
Davey.
is also Darrell Brooks driving in the parade. And so is that.
They don't bleed at
And he kept
impact.
asking people about the tints on the window. Well, guess what, folks? You don't need to see the tints on the window when the windows are rolled down. And there's clearly one person in that vehicle in every one of these photos.
Oh, my
And it's
goodness.
that man. And it's that man. And it's that man. Darrell Edward Brooks Jr., date of birth 2/21/1982, on his identification card issued by the state of Wisconsin.
Wow.
In all capital letters, Darrell Edward Brooks Jr. This was in his pocket
Thanks for
when
coming,
they arrested him.
Just Payne.
So this entire shenanigans that he's presented to you through his questioning of witnesses about I'm not Darrell Brooks and that's my name and I don't know who that is and I don't consent to being called that name. It's just nothing but a distraction. It's Daryl Brooks.
Why is he?
It's the
wait,
man who drove through the
Did I miss something, Nikki? Why are you saying he's wearing a mask? Did they say he was unjabbed? I missed it. Why are you saying that, Nikki? I mean, I feel like it's a great way to muffle what he says so people can't hear him. But I thought, I know in my state today, you can't go in a federal building without a mask. So I don't understand how all the rest of those people aren't wearing masks. Because where I live, it's still mandatory in a federal building. To muddy the jury. Because they really can't see him. Cover his face from recognition. Wow. Good one. All right. I got you. I like what you're saying.
Waukesha Christmas parade and killed people, injured people, endangered the safety of people.
I'm sorry. Your objection, sir?
Oh, I like that tactic.
Your Honor, with all due respect, I would appreciate the quote-unquote language what does she mean by shenanigans and this and that and the third?
Sir, your objection's noted. It's overruled. The state may continue.
Well, can she tone that back? Because if that was me, if I would have said
Mr.
something
Brooks,
like
your
that, it would have been a
objection
problem.
is noted. It's overruled. These are closing arguments. There's nothing improper. It's noted. It's overruled. She may continue.
I just wanted to be fair.
You'll have an
Your Honor, that's it.
opportunity to respond, sir. Please let her finish.
So I can rebuttal?
Go ahead, Attorney Opper.
That's an interesting theory, Nikki.
I'm going to conclude my comments with this, folks. I'm going to show you the video, a stitched together video of all the carnage caused by Daryl Brooks. And I apologize.
Stitched together.
This is important that you know what he did. It's important that you think about the women like Nicole White and Kelly Grabo and her daughter and Jane Kulik, who were just there
I agree that
with friends and co-workers.
That picture with him at the scene with a beard, that looks nothing like what he looks like today.
Supporting a local business. The teenagers marching in the band, representing, wearing their school colors. It's important. The boys and girls with the Blazers baseball team and their coaches doing nothing more than handing out baseball cards. The young girls in the extreme dance team. Can you imagine how many hours they spent practicing that routine? You drove right through them without a care in the world.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
The grannies dancing their way down the street, perfect step, every one of them. The Catholic community there, as Father Matt said, spreading the light of Christ. In the
I
weeks
think
before
he's
Christmas.
objecting so that when they
He snuffed it out.
object during his statement, it will seem unfair.
It's time for Daryl Brooks to stop running. It's time for him to stop
I like it.
lying. It's time for him to be held accountable for his actions. Daryl Brooks cowardly rammed his way through this parade, violently killing and injuring so many people. I'm going to stop talking and play this video, but please, I ask you to add up the evidence.
Worth a try.
Use the map. 15. You can check off the names. We've covered them all. Walk down that street like we did with you. Return guilty verdicts on all counts. Please.
Go ahead, Mr. Brooks. Your closing argument, please.
Yeah, that's what ATL was saying. Good basis.
Good afternoon. It's been
for
a long
mistrial.
day. First off, I'd just like to start by letting you guys know that it's a lot of.
So is this his rebuttal right here? Try to evoke emotion instead of presenting facts. Now she's making an impact statement, not a legal argument. Is this his rebuttal to her? I'm so null of the law. It says his closing. All right.
Information that
he doesn't look like a
actually
killer.
Privy to, I believe. And
doesn't seem remorseful though.
One thing that I believe that you have not been privy to.
His closing. All right, cool.
Of your rights and your duties. Being the jury. The fact that you and you alone have the power.
Robert!
Not well-prepared DAs with well-prepared and clearly rehearsed speeches and exhibits and a lot of theatrics.
So we are watching...
Michael Bryant, and you're watching Law and Crime.
Why is everyone talking about Navage and nasal irrigation?
Let me mute the sound so we don't have to hear the commercial. I can't believe that truck. I never saw that picture. I don't watch news, so I don't really... I mean, I knew of this incident, but... Yeah. How could they not find him guilty? Killed 6 people and injured 71. I mean, Jesus. I mean, one of those people was a 6-year-old child, I believe. It's difficult to see him do what he's doing to the trial. I mean, he should have the right to speak, but definitely seems like he's making a mockery of the whole thing. Well, all those people died, children, shoes scattered all over the road because he hit the people so hard they flew out of their shoes. I mean, what the frig? Hard to say that the man deserves rights. That's what I'm trying to say. But once they pick the fall guy in these things, it's done. Well, I mean, there's video of him in the car and everything else. I mean, how could he be not guilty of it? Other than loopholes in the law, Did he, though? How do we know it was him? Other than that, the news has shown us. The same thing happened to Brandon Caserta. I'm not sure who that is, but I will look into that. If it was him, sure, but how do you know? Have you ever watched the interrogation of him? I've seen the interrogation, 2 hours. What led up to what happened sort of leads you to believe that it was him regardless. Watch the interrogation. He was fighting with his girlfriend or something. They showed that clips of him fighting with her. He was obviously, I know how we can be as humans when we're mad. We storm into our car and drive off all pissed. At that moment, not really caring, what's around you because you're so fucking mad. He absolutely used every opportunity to delay and obstruct, from firing his public pretenders to disruptive behavior to unprovoked outbursts early on. And she gives him a lot of leeway in all those outbursts, because I feel like if I did that in my court here where I live, they'd just fucking throw me in the back room. If he's a murderer, cool, but I still love that he's making a mockery of the court. He has an appeal attorney now. Yeah, this has already been completed, right? We already know the outcome, don't we? Or is this actually live going on right now? I'm not positive. So he's already planning. Hey, Ron, what's up? So he's already planning. He has an appeal attorney now. So he's already planning his life without parole. That's what he got? I remember actually hearing it. It was like 25 years for each person that got killed. It was pretty... I hate how they say... Hey, what happened to my camera? Holy shit. I was off cam that one. What happened? I got kicked. Life without parole. I don't know. It dropped me somehow. Very strange. We're still on commercial. I wonder if he's gonna, have another case, make some more mockery. Life without parole? Oh, okay. Well, that's better. I don't know what happened, Anna. It was very strange. 6 life sentences plus 700 years. Holy. I mean, I'm not really a fan of the death penalty, but we saw him. He's guilty. He should have already been charged. If it was one of us, I'd be done already. I agree, Just Pain. Yeah, they'd already put me to death. We're still on commercial. Oh, no, we're not on commercial. He's talking.
And the reason you won't hear me argue facts is because I believe
this is the guy who crashed through a parade, Ron.
Recognized.
Killed all those people.
This event, it should be recognized. Trying to argue facts of this, facts of that, I'm not going to waste your time doing that. It's a little emotional. I apologize for the long pause. It's hard to keep everything together emotionally. And honestly,
I agree. Put him under the jail, right?
I have any more tears left. It's been a hard year.
I don't have any more tears. You killed 6 people, you fucking dildo.
Mostly. And that should not be lost on anyone. It shouldn't be taken away. I said it before and I'll say it again. It's a lot of people that are healing, that are attempting to heal.
Well, for the choices he's made now, he has to face the consequences.
That opens the door to talk about forgiveness for a little bit. With every healing process, there comes a forgiving process. It's not an easy thing for anyone. What you've been hearing from the prosecution, and not to take anywhere what
I want to see the judge.
But let's call it what it is. You've been hearing a lot of rerun. Same things over and over and over. No different than when You turn on the radio and you first hear that song that you don't like when you first hear it, but they play it so much that eventually you start saying it.
Good question, April. Was he under the influence? I don't know. Maybe somebody in the audience might know that. I don't remember ever hearing it. He looks like a guy who might be high, especially in the picture when he was running from the scene there. Good question. That's two good questions. Why was there no blood on the car? Nikki says because usually an impact doesn't leave blood. And that question there, that's definitely interesting.
The words to yourself before you even realize it. And then you sit and you go, I hate that song. Why am I singing it? That's what's been happening. Rerun. Over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Attempting to make things stick in your head that simply aren't true.
What the fuck is she barking at?
Why do I say, what am I saying? I say, look at the testimony.
He has no remorse at all.
The theme from the prosecution here has been intent, 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 intent.
Horny hippie. Always.
We all know what's been said. We all know the picture that's been painted.
What an asshole. We all know the picture that's been painted.
The prosecution said themselves. How can you look in somebody's head and say, this is what they intended to do? You know, for a year, I've sat and gone through this.
I agree. Powerless. It has no remorse at all.
Letting other people run with the narratives.
Not even gonna say sorry.
Sitting back helpless while other people paint a picture that has zero truth. Zero.
I like this question here. Was he under the influence? Good question. Doesn't make it okay that he did it? No, but it does change the perspective a little.
A lot of it, there's no need to get into.
He's not helping himself out. I agree.
I myself in my own life have had to do a lot of healing.
Aw, we're so sad for you.
As a man with children myself. I find it hard to believe that anyone who's really had conversations with me, spent time around me, would think for 1 second that this is an intentional act. I've never heard of someone intentionally trying to hurt someone while attempting to blow their horn.
Wait, what? Wait, did he just say that because he blew his horn, it wasn't intentional? This fucking dude's out of his mind.
While attempting to alert people of their presence.
I beeped my horn and you didn't get out of the way, so it's your fault. Wow, what a sicko.
Which brings me to more information that I believe that you should have been privy to. And I'm sure that the prosecution will beg to differ, but the fact of the matter is,
am I the only one that's
make a motto of 2010.
The truth
Ford
always
Escape.
prevails.
The vehicle in question, actually 2008, 2009, and 2010 of that model was in fact recalled.
Objection, misstatement of the facts, facts not in evidence.
Was in fact-
Improper argument, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was in fact recalled. Was in fact a class action lawsuit against Ford
Objection,
for those
facts not
model
in evidence,
for
Your
those
Honor.
model vehicles.
Sustained. The jury will disregard.
Information that you should have been privy to, that you weren't allowed to be privy to. Why? I don't know. That information, malfunctioning throttle bodies,
Mr. Brooks, move on.
it's information that you should have been privy to. Vehicles that malfunction and accelerate not being able to be stopped.
Sustained.
This information, this information.
Objection. Hold on.
Go ahead. Move to strike statements by Mr.
Sorry for the
Brooks.
interruption.
They are facts not in evidence, Your Honor, and it's a complete misstatement.
Sustained.
How's it a
He's making up
misstatement when I
words
have
as
the
he
information?
goes.
Mr. Brooks, move on.
This is information that I feel like you needed to know. You should have known. Information that was taken away from you. Why? To prove a case? Information that you definitely should have been privy to.
Sustained. Sustained.
DA says the defendant has an utter disregard for
Show
human
me.
life. Utter disregard for human life. Not realizing that they're talking about someone that has children. Talking about someone that watched their children come out of the womb and be born into this world, cut the umbilical cord, held them before their mom even did.
Wow, what a fucking piece of shit.
Moments that I'll never forget. And yet they say disregard, utter disregard for human life.
I don't remember hearing about a lie detector. Could
They
be.
made reference to a rage.
Well, let's
As
pause
if
it for a
they-
minute. Yeah, let's say the accelerator's stuck, right? I mean, do you swerve at the pile of people, or do you crash into a car or a tree or a building along the way? If you lost your brakes, do you swerve into the pile of people, or do you drive into a car parked or a building or a tree? I see no any use in saying that it was the vehicle's problem, unless you're not a normal person. Because if your vehicle's fucking up, you don't swerve at people. I don't know. Crazy to even say that. All right.
Where if this particular DA was right there, standing right there, as if this DA is a psychiatrist. I said to
Hang on,
myself, with rage, what do you mean rage? How can you characterize that? How can you have the audacity to diagnose what someone's brain is? Where it's at, what it's thinking, why it thinks the way it does. DA makes references to blocks of no one being injured, but then says it's intentional. You add that up with the supposed rage.
Spooky!
The supposed intent to harm and kill.
So that excuses everything.
And it doesn't kick in until well within blocks.
Spooky.
And maybe it's just me, but
Get off our key, I'm a key. Fuck out the car. Fuck out the car. Get the fuck out the car. Let it go. Follow the bell. Get the fuck out the car.
Terrifying dashcam video shows the moment an Uber driver is robbed at gunpoint by two men who he was driving.
Look at this shit. They got a gun
It
right to
happened
his
in Houston,
fucking
Texas
head.
on October 18th. Investigators just released the dashcam footage this week in hopes that someone might recognize one of the suspects.
Oh my god. Look at this shit.
Get off our key. Get off our key.
What the
Get
hell?
off our key. Get off our key, I'm a key. Fuck out the car.
Video
even wanna
shows several
Wow.
minutes of the driver peacefully transporting the two passengers. But about 5 minutes into the ride, the driver says one of the passengers
Holy shit. That is, that's the kind of world we live in, right? Fucking guy's trying to do his job, make some money for his family, and he's got people putting guns to his head and shit. Yeah, well, I would do everything I could to avoid hitting people, right? I agree, April, like swerving into a tree or a parked car. Yeah, I don't get it. How he would say that. He was probably possessed. Yeah. Sick in the fucking head for sure. Oh, he's back already?
Repeatedly honk their horn. You heard a detective, if you recall, testify that the vehicle that he observed was not only honking his horn, but was not speeding. So where does this rage kick in?
I'm just a fan of contempt of court.
Insatiable intent to kill kick in.
Yeah, I agree, Steve. He was mad as hell. That's no
is
excuse, but that's what
Someone
happened.
who's known someone for years.
Look at him. He was probably possessed.
Which brings me back to the vehicle. What if the vehicle couldn't stop because of the malfunction?
Objection, fact, not in evidence.
What if the driver of the vehicle was unable to stop the vehicle?
Wow, thanks, homeless dude.
The driver may have panicked. Does that make the driver a crazed, or not crazed, a rage? Does that make the driver in a rage and intent on killing people?
Yeah, at least you knew the people in the car, April, would have a better chance of surviving than swerving
DA
into
played
a
a
parade of
Exhibit
children
17.
and shit.
You don't see anyone struck in that vehicle. On that exhibit, you don't see anyone struck. was someone who had this intent to kill, this rage, as she says. If that was their intent, wouldn't they have taken the opportunity to hit as many people as they could?
Well, isn't that what you did?
Mow down people.
A fucking idiot. This guy is... Ugh. Does make you mad watching it.
Reference was made to this vehicle, the damage. Says this was all caused by bodies, but then later turns around and says hits barricades and other objects. You've heard testimony about hearing loud crashes and things of that nature, but the DA wants you to believe that this all came from people. Evidence doesn't support that.
Wait. Evidence don't
So I go
support
back to
that?
trying to wrap my head around everything that's happened in the last year.
Me.
Praying for those families, praying for the people that tragically lost their life, because that should not be lost either.
There's the truth right there, indoctrinated.
Lives lost. And all the emphasis has been put on the alleged defendant. And the people have been disregarded. Makes me wonder, does the DA even care about those people? There's been prayers going up every day. It's been suffering on both sides. It's been threats, hate mail.
Gee, I wonder why, pal.
That's been put out there. The misconceptions that have been put out there. The lies that have been put out there. Lies that have caused my children not to be able to go to school.
Well, that's sad.
To be bullied.
But it's not about you, pal.
For my mother to have to leave her home and stay at a hotel because she's afraid for her safety. Because she gets hate mail shoved through her mailbox. My nieces and nephews to fear for their safety.
Me either. I agree, bro. Anon, great comment. I'm really not concerned about his suffering.
And what's been equally hard.
Aw, it's been so hard. Fuck you.
It's not only having to answer the questions from my daughter, who was 7 at the time, my baby girl, who was 7 at the time, is now 8. Attempting to answer her questions that she's asking and still continue to shield her from what she sees, what she hears. Having a newborn son that I haven't even been able to meet.
Oh.
I haven't been able to hold, touch, kiss.
Oh my God. Do we have to hear this? What about the fucking poor families who lost their family member or children. Fucking piece of shit.
Having to navigate everything that comes with this whole situation. While still attempting to wrap my head around it. I can't honestly say how many times I've sat in my cell, especially during lights out, alone, where it's just you. And just been praying and asking myself, how could this happen? Not just for the people.
Right? His family suffering for his mistakes. That's true,
For
April.
everybody involved, the community too. How could this happen? How?
Yeah, she's got to grow up with a dad
The
who she
hardest
can
question
never
you
really
ask is those that don't have an answer.
be proud of. Or ever want to talk about him, for that matter.
No matter how much thinking you do, no matter
Oh,
how
yeah.
much you try to look at it from different perspectives and listen to other outside perspectives and listen to people that you trust and that you love, still coming up with nothing.
I agree, Steve.
But to think for 1 second, one question I never had to ask was if this was intentional. That's something that I never asked once.
He'd been in jail for a while when this happened. Although I guess that doesn't mean anything. Get drugs in jail, too.
As a matter of fact, it never even crossed my mind to even attempt to ask myself that, because I know it wasn't.
That's okay to judge. He hasn't even brought up the victims one time. He has no remorse.
And I know sometimes during this trial probably doesn't show. Maybe hard to believe. But trust me when I say no one outside of the families that had to go through this, no one's heart is more in pieces than mine. So again, I go back to all these exhibits. Go back to everything that's been shown, everything that's been testified to. Everything you've heard during this whole
Insane.
Brian Buckmeyer, and you're watching Law and Crime.
No, we're not. Alright, I'll mute while the, It's crazy that he's not mentioned once anybody's loss. I just want to pull the lever where the floor drops out and he drops into a dungeon. Oh, that's a good one, Steve. Yeah. Boy, she can judge me anytime. Just saying. She is a beautiful judge. I agree with you there. I agree with him that we all should research jury nullification, though. This is one of our big weapons against the system of thugs. Wow, Anna, that's deep. He objected to the DA's emotional appeal, but now feels free to invoke his own. Right? Good one. Holy shit, that's a great comment, Anon. Appreciate you coming. Who said the dungeon thing, Steve? Yes, he did. I kind of agree with that. You know? Be one thing if he sat there and said sorry, even though that wouldn't change it for the people, at least. Especially the 6-year-old girl. I mean, come on. Eddie Gannon. What's up, Eddie? How are you? We are playing a court case that is the guy who drove into a parade a year ago and killed 6 people and injured 71. And we're watching the closing statements, and he's a piece of shit. Everybody in the channel wants to drop the floor out and just put him right away. We're just waiting for the commercials to get over so that I can put the case back up. I'm hoping for butt cream, but it would be great if they put up a commercial for butt hurt cream. How's you, Eddie? How's things in Ireland? Ireland or Scotland? I kind of forget. Ireland, I think. Man, they sure want to make a big deal out of this commercial. Medicare Advantage. Probably can never get anybody to answer the fucking phone. So everybody's pretty disgusted. I kind of dig this, though. I'm going to start doing this more often. We'll just run cases and sit here and make fun of the system because it needs to be made fun of. Why is he still around playing the game? No one knows. Laugh out loud. Well, I think a majority of people here have sat and said that they feel like this judge and her treatment has opened the door for an appeal, which is fucking insane. Hey, Undoctrinated, thank you for coming, hun. Have a great day. Peace and pot leaves. It's still on that same commercial. Yeah, I think it's kind of fun watching these court cases. Ellie came up with the idea. I think she had talked about doing the case where the woman had her husband. Oh, we're back. The husband who got put in the suitcase.
And again, I say the same thing that I said earlier. Same thing I said in opening statements.
And then they would call you back for it.
Not reading from any paper, any books.
Wait, you're not allowed to read in jail?
In opening statements, everything you're hearing now is from right here.
Piece of shit.
Everything.
Show some remorse, piece of shit.
You have the decision. You and you alone. All of you. You have the decision. I'm sure you've taken a lot of notes during this process.
Yeah, well, I feel
Some
like if he
days
was
I'm
going to
harder than
cry,
others.
Steve, it's just going to be about his sad life and not anybody
A
else's.
lot of movement in and out of the courtroom for various reasons. Remember the power that you have. Don't for 1 second let it be taken away from you.
What's that tattoo on his forehead? Anybody know what that is?
I can never understand the position of sitting on a jury in something of this magnitude. So I'm sure there's a lot of pressure. I pray that the right decision is made.
Yeah, me too. A dick, maybe. I don't know.
The right decision. It's almost like that message, well, not message, but that writing when we're in our vehicles and we got that rearview mirror and it said things are closer than they appear. But it's also another way of saying sometimes things aren't as they appear.
He killed 6 people, injured 71. He's a dick for sure. That's a light terminology.
I can't speak for anyone else, but me, myself, I believe in Jesus Christ.
Oh, God. No.
That's how I was raised. That's what I believe in. None of us are perfect. But I try every day to make sure that
I agree.
I acknowledge him. That's why every time I step in this courtroom, I have my Bible with me everywhere I go.
It doesn't line up with what he's saying half the time.
This is not something that started at the beginning of this incident. This is something that has been instilled in me since I came out of the womb. This is how my family lives their life. This is how we was raised. For whatever mistakes that I myself have made in my life, I've made peace with God.
Wow.
Made peace. I'm happy to say that my conscience is clear.
Oh my God.
And because I believe, I trust him with my life.
The devil made him do it, so bless him.
Nobody will never know why it was his will for this to happen. A lot of lives were changed that day, mine included.
Right, Steve?
God's way is not our own. And no matter how much sometimes we want to question, we have to have faith.
You're a poor, unjustly accused and persecuted man. Jesus, it makes me sick, says Anon. I agree, Anon.
Look inside yourself.
Oh my goodness.
Look inside yourself and make the right decision.
We already did 3 hours ago when we started the stream. You piece of shit. Excuse me, Your Honor. I don't know what that smell is.
Look inside your heart.
Right? I agree with that. Skanky hot judge. I like that.
You have everything in your hands now.
I hope he doesn't survive in jail, but some people in the chat earlier thought that he'd survive fine in jail because he's one of the... I don't know. He got life in prison, like 700 years or something. But he's already got an appeal lawyer. He's going to appeal it, which is sad. Do what's right. Electric chair state. Do what's right. Not a fan of...
Don't let the smoke and mirrors take away your power. Don't let the theatrics take away your power. Each and every one of you has a decision.
Yeah, this was already decided, yeah.
It was right.
I don't watch news. I don't really... Oh, he's crying.
Make the right decision.
Aw. But somebody said in the chat earlier that he's already got an appeal lawyer. And seems to me like... you know, that's how people get away with shit, right? Loopholes and bullshit. People who kill children. That's what I would have thought. That's why I said earlier, I'm surprised jail hasn't taken care of them. A lot of fucking
Jesse
commercials.
Weber, and you're watching Law and Crime.
Why pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost?
That's why I hate watching TV, because you see stuff like this. He was crying. He smelled his armpit, and it was rank. People who kill children don't usually have a great prison. I agree. It's just he shed a few tears, but it was about himself. Wasn't about anything he did or what do we got for a commercial? Experian. Check your credit and hurt your credit by checking your credit. You saved $900 on your insurance. Okay. Anybody? Spain, first murder offense, 4 years. Second, 8 years. 7? I don't know. You only get 4 years for murder in Spain? Wow. That doesn't seem right. He got 700 years. That was the final straw. And it's life without parole, so he can never. But, you know, like everybody said, he's already got an appeal lawyer. He's going to appeal it, and hopefully it doesn't slip through the cracks and he ends up getting away with this shit. A lot of people seem to think that the way the judge treated him was trash, even if he is a bad man. I don't really know the law that good to know how he was or wasn't treated. I think if I were him, I would imagine Bubba in the laundry room to start crying. Here comes the broomstick. Well, I mean, that maybe would be appropriate, you know, him suffering instead of living the life in jail. Because must be a state that putting you to death is not fuck that judge bitch. I mean, literally, fuck her. I heard she's $250 a night. Damn, let me check my wallet. Oh shit. Oh, he's back.
My younger kids getting older and at some point having to explain everything to them.
6 life terms with 0 parole.
Kids
Wow.
gonna stay kids forever. And nowadays, kids is frankly a lot smarter than we were when we was kids. I'll tell you that much.
Just don't bleed on license plates.
I got a letter the other day from my youngest daughter. And she's still learning cursive right now, so she's the best writer when it comes to cursive. She'd rather print. She said, Dad, and this is from the letter. She said, Dad, why are people saying all these mean things about you?
Oh, God. What'd you say? What'd you tell her, bro?
I haven't read the rest of that letter yet.
Wishing you was a Nephilim now.
The rest of that sentence said, That's not the dad I know.
Aww. God, this guy is a white Karen. He won't shut the fuck
Throughout this year,
up.
I've been called a lot of things.
Anna, you're funny as fuck.
And to be fair, I am a lot of things.
Aww.
A murderer is not one of them. Never has been, never will be.
He's definitely a flat earther. Who's Karen? He's if you look in the dictionary under white Karen, there's a picture of this man.
So before I close my
Shut the fuck up.
statements,
Bless him who has a small violin.
just want to say open your hearts.
Open your hearts, you piece of shit. We did to all the people who died and got injured and fucking...
Go inside yourself.
That may have been the
when making
judge's
this
site
decision.
that came up. Maybe a click was an order of the court. Sit still.
Have no fear.
He didn't read Genesis or Enoch. I read Enoch live on my channel once.
Pray and do what you know is right.
Let's see the judge. Yell at him.
What you know is right. Think about everything you've heard. Think about everything you haven't been privileged to hear. Think about the whole entire picture.
Oh my God, another commercial?
Mike Sachs, and this is Law and Crime.
Why is everyone talking about navage and nasal irrigation?
Nasal irrigation.
First from
This shit is fucking makes you sick to your stomach watching. Is Michael a flat earther? There's quite a few flat earthers that hang in the hippie channel. We've had battles over it before here. About we showed some videos of the rocket taking off and how there was some glitches and I don't know what that tattoo is. I asked earlier if anybody knows what that tattoo is on his eyebrow. I don't know. It would be interesting to know. For nearly 20 years, Truth Movement. I'll post the link. I just saw a funny video with Bill Nye about ways scientists could prove that the Earth isn't flat, but we've had that discussion here quite a few times. Is that tattoo mistake over his eyebrow? What's next one? Next trial? We're waiting for the commercial to go over. But I know I had talked with Ellie about doing the trial with the woman who put her husband in the suitcase and killed him. She got drunk and fell asleep, and he fucking... I don't think that trial's officially started yet. I didn't see it in the court TV thing. We're on commercial right now. I figured rather than show you guys the commercial, I'd show myself and chit chat. It's a freaking playlist. There you go, Anna Bananarama. Some links to flat earth stuff. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do trials, I think, a lot over here. I personally think Spear, but really do like flat earthers respect. Hey, I respect anybody's thoughts in the world. Who's to say that my thoughts are the right thoughts? But my radar training that taught me the distance of the horizon was by government officials, so it could be all nonsense. Right? It's fascinating what they think, the flat earthers. I agree. Like I say, we've showed some videos here of different things like the moon landing and showing glitches, and people say it was all faked, and who am I to say? I allow a platform for people to discuss it. That's about the best I can do. Are we about to go back? I want him to get over. Let's see. Yep.
And above everything,
How do you know that, though?
whatever you decide,
That's just a picture that someone gave us, so you don't know that that picture's real from space.
make sure you can live with it.
Look at this douchebag.
That's the magnitude of the power that you have. Just like this tissue is in my hand, this is everything. You have everything. Be at peace with what you decide. Have no regrets.
I have no regrets. Wow.
Don't let this decision weigh on you after it's over. Hopefully we got a long lot of living ahead of us. Lord willing.
So I wonder, was the death penalty not applicable? I wonder. Shut up and sit down. Oh shit.
3 weeks with you.
But I'm a sucker for hippies.
Took a lot of courage and a lot of guts to pause your life for this. To put important things on hold, to basically stop your life. You should be commended for being able to sit up here with this amount of pressure. I want you guys to know that's not lost on me. I'm sure it's a lot. And you all should be commended because it took courage to do this. I don't know, but I would bet a lot of people wouldn't want to be sitting in your position right now. And you guys had the guts to do it. Thank you for that. Thank you for taking...
Don't even say it.
And setting it to the side for this. I know it's probably not proper, but you guys deserve a round of applause if you could get one.
Shut up. You're an asshole. I agree, April. All I hear is blah, 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 blah,
Thank
blah.
you guys, sincerely. And I know, and I have faith and I trust that you guys know what's right.
Yeah, we know what's right.
I don't think it's
Unfortunately, we can't give that to you.
I believe in your heart you know what's right.
I know that it is.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information, dated this 26th day of October 2022, signed by the foreperson, juror number 11. If you find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, answer the following question, yes or no. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 2 of the information. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
Burn in hell, you piece of shit.
Hey, you are to be removed right now. You will not do that. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 3 of the information. And I should state as to count 2, it was signed and dated by the foreperson, same as to count 3. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 4 of the information. Dated this 26th day of October 2022, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 5 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 6 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 7 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 8 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 9 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 10 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson.
Damn.
Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks,
Kumbaya.
guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 11 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 12 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 13 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 14.
Oh, what a mean
of the
face.
information,
Jesus.
dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon?
I know, right?
Answer, yes.
3 lawyers, 3
We,
prosecutors.
the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 15 of the information, dated today's
Look
date,
how
signed by
many.
the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks.
These are all
guilty
people that
of
were
first-degree
injured.
recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 16 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 17 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty
What a
of
piece of
first-degree
shit.
recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 18 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering
I don't know what
safety
that
while
means,
using
but-
a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the
71
defendant, Darrell E.
counts of
Brooks,
reckless
guilty
endangering.
of
So we
first-degree
got to hear this
recklessly
71
endangering
times?
safety as charged in count 19 of the information, dated today's date,
18.
signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
I don't want to hear it
Find the
71
defendant,
times.
Daryl E. Brooks, guilty
No.
of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 20 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the
Let's see
foreperson.
what happens if we...
Did the defendant safety as charged in count signed by the foreperson?
I can't speed it up.
Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks.
I can't make
guilty
it go through it
of first
faster.
degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 22 of the information. Dated today's date.
He's not going to
signed
show
by the
any
foreperson.
sign of
Did the
how he
defendant commit
feels,
first
huh?
degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged
What a
in count
piece of shit,
23
just
of
sitting
the
there like
information.
that.
Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 24 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 25 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 26 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 27 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 28 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly...
No. No. More commercials.
I'm Michelle Yu, and you're watching Lawn Crime.
All right, we're going to mute those out. I grabbed myself an ice cold soda, which is actually just water. Mandarin orange. What's her link? We have a link? That's her kink. Oh, I got to open my eyes more. She's going to lie you up, make you listen to her say this, right? Each has his or her point of view. I see those as unusual. Oh, that's so Karen. Geez, fair to say they all said the same thing, just for fuck's sake. Right? I'm surprised they don't read each person's name, too. Like, John Jacob Jingleheimer, broken leg or whatever. It's kind of weird. Except the clerk, not the judge. That was the judge reading it, I'm pretty sure. Right? Yeah, that was the judge. She had them all in her hand in the beginning there. She was reading them all out. You can't, cause it's a public trial. Gotcha. They don't want to say their names. It is public record, right? Hell of a waste of our money, that's for sure. Three prosecuting attorneys. Damn. Seemed like there's plenty of evidence. We didn't need to have 3 of them. Pretty sure that wasn't the clerk, that was the judge. I hate the system. Unless you got a ton of money. The system just walks over you. If you got a nice lawyer and a big pocket full of money, you get away with all this shit. Look at OJ, right? Somebody said, let's replay OJ trial. That would be kind of fun. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. Oh, yeah. Eddie's in Ireland. Ireland. Aye. Same thing happened in the Depp trial, right? I did watch some of that. I remember Dennison actually was running a lot of the Johnny Depp trial. Oh, it's back.
Find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 30 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer.
How is he
yes.
staying so still? Damn.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 31 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks,
I knew it was her.
Of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 32 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
Right, that's
We,
the
jury,
judge.
find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks.
She
guilty
wanted to be
of
in
first-degree
control.
Recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 33 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 34 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 35 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson.
Look at that prosecuting attorney, boy. She is mean looking.
Safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety.
It's her show, right, bro?
36 of the information. Dated today's date.
Like Witchy Nikki said earlier, she likes to hear herself talk.
First-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 37 of the information.
Oh, we got to hear this dirty.
Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant
She looks like a dude.
recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 38 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, Yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 39 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety or using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 40 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly
I have to agree
endangering
with you.
safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
There's no justice in the
We, the
justice
jury,
system.
find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 41 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer,
A shot for
yes.
each grade.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 42 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 43 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks.
Why couldn't they have just said
guilty
it
of
71
first-degree
times once?
recklessly endangering safety as charged
Weird.
in count 44 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson.
Guinness
Did the
all
defendant
around.
commit first-degree recklessly endangering
pint
safety
for everyone.
while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 45 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 46 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety
24 more
while
times?
using a
Oh
dangerous
my
weapon?
God.
Answer, yes.
Did he die?
We, the jury, find
He
the
hasn't
defendant,
moved.
Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 47 of the information, dated today's
You
date
hit the
and
nail
signed by
on the head.
foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 48 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 49 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
We're going
We, the
down
jury,
9
find the
people
defendant,
from
Darrell E.
16.
Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 50 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson.
I want to
Did
see
the
his
defendant
reaction
commit
at the end. That's what
first-degree
I want to
recklessly
see.
endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon?
Sorry,
Answer,
Judge.
yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count
30
51
cents a
of the
can.
information,
Wait.
dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety.
I just
as
want to,
charged in count 52 of the information.
Well, I don't mind this part.
Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first
I like her
degree
purple
recklessly endangering
glasses. They're like
safety
mine.
while using a dangerous weapon? Answer.
I think she's better
yes.
looking than me, though. Damn it.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 53 of the information.
What
dated
the-
today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 54 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety.
Crap, no
as
dark
charged in
beer.
count 55 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
Buddy and brains.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 56 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 57 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 58 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 59 of the information, dated today's date.
I've got a
and signed by
dad
the
body,
foreperson.
and
Did
I
the
smoked
defendant
my
commit
brains by
first-degree
accident.
recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty.
I want to see him cry and whine and...
Michael Bryant, and you're watching Law and Crime.
Oh, yeah. We're waiting until the commercial is over. Oh, man. He can't believe that he was found guilty. I don't know how he thinks that, but that's why he's sitting there not moving, right? Because he thinks he's fucking innocent. Who's drinking beer this early? Oh, wait, it is past 12. Never mind. I think it's kind of fun making fun of court cases. I kind of dig it. Can you dig it? Especially when you got a crazy judge. She seems a little bit out of it. Over instead of over. I love the Yankees. At the bar while eating chowder. Wicked pisser. Yep, I am from the Northeast. And I have no teeth, so it makes it worse. Don't do drugs. They're bad. We're still on commercial. Early. The early bird catches the worm. Early? Yeah, but just about anything I say sounds funny because I have no teeth. I'm from the Southwest. I don't know what our accents sound like. I would imagine it has a southern twinge to it, would be my guess. Come on panel sometime. Let me hear your accent. We are still on commercial. Yeah, I think everybody from the South has got a southern twinge. It's funny. I got a funny story I was at the store yesterday, heard a British guy talking. I said, "Hey, you wouldn't by chance be from Wales, would you?" And he looked over at me, he goes, "What the fuck?" And turns out he was from Wales, so we were talking about Scousers and Northern Monkeys and Geordies, and he was like, "You're the coolest American I've ever met." Thought it was great. I love to call out people's accents. It's 6:30. I'm from Cargilio, which consists of a half a shot of caramel flavored rum in my case and put in American style coffee. Wow. Sounds tasty. Yes, I do. I'm in Florida. I haven't heard April's accent either. You Welsh? Gotcha. I just know the Southerns have a clear accent, and it sounds posh. And of course, if you're from Britain or know of Britain, posh means rich. So they sound smart, and their accents are slow. People from the north have a Scottish twinge, and they speak really fast. They're hard to understand. In the Midlands, and pretty easy to pick it out. I'm an American expat living in Spain. No egg on my burger, please. My accent is probably really fucked up. Yeah. Coffee, right? I would love some hot coffee right now. We're still on commercial. What's a Kieran? I don't know. What is a Kieran? That's hot expat. 10 people. We're trying to watch the final part of the case here so we can see if he's gonna cry when they say 700 years with no parole, or is he gonna take it like a man and walk away? Piece of shit. What is a Kieran? Still on commercial. What's a Kieran? I don't know. There's so many words people said today I didn't know. Still on commercial. How the Welsh say that's the story or what's going down. I got you. Damn, that's a long commercial. What's going on here?
When she was 19 weeks.
Shit. I had paused it so the commercial wasn't playing. Damn it. Idiot. So the commercial the whole time was not playing. Damn. No wonder it looked like it was a long commercial. Yep. I got brains, but I don't know where they are, Anna. Chicago ages. I speak Spanish like a Mexican and failed English 101 twice. Was abused. They wouldn't let me take English as a second language. Lived in Spain in the 70s. Oh, shit. I've never been out of the country. I've barely ever been anywhere in my country. I've been up the East Coast from Florida to Maine. But my son's been all over the place. Lived in Thailand, Cambodia for a while. Been all over the place. I'm too scared and too poor. Something you do when you're young. I'm so poor I can't pay attention. I'm the kind of person this court system abuses because that's how they roll. Still on commercial. Oh, look, they're selling that coin again. And you too can have this coin. Just $29.95. Because we don't have enough gold and we printed way too much money. So please buy our stupid coin. What the fuck? You've never been anywhere, April? Yeah, me neither. I was like 10 minutes from the Canadian border once, but have you got caught today? Yeah, that's what we've been doing all morning. We've been playing a court case. So I thought, why not be fun to dress up and look good? Like I'm part of the team. I'm one of the lawyers, guys. I'm just trying to keep it a secret. Yeah, my son's been to Japan, Thailand, Cambodia, one other country I can't think of. And it was cheap. Didn't cost some shit. He lived in a dojo in Thailand and trained in Muay Thai, which is martial arts. That was a scary time in my life. Not like you can jump in your car and drive to Thailand when something happens to your kid. You know? Still on commercial. Not out of the States. $39.95, guys. You too can have one of these coins. Are we going back? Let's see this bitch cry.
Recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 60 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree
Thank you, April.
safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer.
You're a beautiful
yes.
one as well.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 61 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon?
He is not moved.
Yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 62 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 63 of the information.
Don't make my head swell.
Dated
2
today's
women in
date
chat
and signed
saying
by the
I'm hot.
person.
Stop.
Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 64 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 65 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 66 of the information.
April ain't lying, you dapper.
Foreperson.
Damn, ladies.
Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering
My
safety
head's gonna
while
bobble
using a
and
dangerous
fall
weapon?
over.
Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 67 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson.
Well, I don't know what you
Did the
look like,
defendant
Anna,
commit
but
first degree
April is
recklessly
definitely
endangering
smoking
safety
hot.
while using a dangerous
Just saying.
weapon? Answer, yes.
Yes. Woo. Oh, yeah.
We, the
There we
jury,
go.
find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count 68 of the information. Did the accident involve death to Virginia Sorensen? Answer, yes. Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count 69 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the accident involve death to Leanna Owen? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant,
Smooth
Daryl E.
operator hippie.
guilty of hit and run as charged in count 70 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson.
That's a good tune.
Did the accident involve death to Tamara Durand? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count 71 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the accident involve death to Jane Kulik? Answer, yes.
It's not always what's important being hot.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of
Definitely
hit and run
makes it
as
more
charged in
exciting,
count
I think.
72 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the accident involve death to Wilhelm Hospital? Answer, yes.
She's running out of papers. Yes.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count 73 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the accident involve death to Jackson Sparks? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of bail jumping as charged in count 74 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of bail jumping.
Don't know what
as
that
charged in
means.
count 75 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson.
No clue.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Daryl E. Brooks, guilty of battery as charged in count 76 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Rogers. My children were victims U and V.
Oh, no.
I'm a father of 4, 3 of which were marching with me in the parade last November. 2 of my children were struck and injured. I also serve as the president of the Waukesha Blazers baseball and fast pitch organization and was a couple months into that job at the time of the parade.
Another commercial? Cut it out.
This just in,
This is why
Science
I don't
Junior
watch
from Little
TV.
Passports. Each month, a new package is delivered to your door with a whole world of science projects and activities.
Yeah, that's why I don't watch TV, because that shit fucking... He should get the chair. I mean, I'm not a fan of, you know, the death penalty, because the problem is, you know, the government puts people in jail that are falsely accused. They get out all the time. There's advocacy groups that rescue these people, so... But, geez, he has no remorse. All he cares about is how bad his life is. And they expect me to have the perfect accent. What's the commercial? Over 1.3 million likes. Poor kids. Why didn't that dude save his kids? I mean, you know, when he talks about his kid that he never met, I believe Ohio Steve said he should have thought of that before he crashed through the crowd. They're the real ones that are going to suffer, the kids. Then they got to grow up with that. Never acknowledging that your dad was a great person and blah, blah, blah. That's... They would probably sneer at me because I learned from Mexicanos. Commercials are horrifying. They're always the same ones. Who could watch cable TV? I haven't had cable TV in 8-10 years. Pretty much as long as I've been sober. Flippin' hippies. What's wrong with hippies? We need more hippies, to be fair. Peace and love. Fucking change the world. Oh, what do we got here? Huh. Looks like nice sheets. I couldn't afford them. That is cool looking. Chinese is cool fu, means good luck. Cool fu means good luck? Okay. If you say so. I don't know it. I don't even know the American language, never mind a foreign language. I didn't pay attention in school. What do we got here? It's the parents reading about what's happened.
For my family's sake, and for the Waukesha Blazers' sake, and for all the other victims. I'm here today with families that I love, and I'm so sorry that this happened. First of all, this event was completely avoidable, and from my perspective, there has been zero remorse, sympathy, or acknowledgement of the victims by the defendant. All he had to do was stop the vehicle when he saw the crowd, and none of these lives would have been changed forever. For this reason alone, he needs to be locked up for the rest of his life. But enough about him. This is about the impact of the event on me, my family, and our Blazers organization. I'd like to speak as a father, first of all. The impact this has had on my family and I has been immense. This last year has been full of confusion, irritation, anxiety, and depression. We haven't been able to live a normal life. The trial has been dragged out, and literally we were pulled back through to relive everything, all because this person wouldn't admit it like a man and take what was coming to him. My kids are some of the strongest people I know, and they have proven that through the faith in God they've displayed throughout. However, the impact this has had on them literally makes me sick. No more parades, that joy is gone. This is something that will never leave them. I'm still learning things today as well about what they heard and saw that day. I pray every night that God continues to strengthen them to push through and know that He is in control. That night when we got home, I'll never forget Caden looking at me with glassy eyes. He looked up at me and said, "I'm really
Right?
glad
That's an
Riley's
interesting
okay," and started
comment,
to cry.
bro.
When my wife Stacy sat on the chair next to me that night, it felt different. She hugged me longer than normal and a lot more firm than normal and said, "Thanks for keeping our kids safe." Everyone saw on the videos that were shown, we're literally inches away from losing 3 out of our four children, and myself included. I thank God each day that He spared us and provided the adrenaline, courage, and strength to get my kids out of the way, gather all the kids we could, and pray together. My wife was going to come with us that night along with our toddler son. I play things in my head over and over, imagining what could have been if she would have come. Where would she have been standing when that SUV barreled through? I have flashbacks most days to Maya's jacket slipping through my hand. If I wouldn't have grabbed it the second time, I know what the outcome would have been. Riley still has trouble sleeping, with some nights getting out of bed 6, 7, 8, 9 times because she heard a noise or doesn't feel safe. A few days ago, I was one-on-one in the car with her, and I finally apologized for not finding her right away. Thank God our friend found her and kept her safe, but as her dad, I've lived with the fact that I couldn't find all my kids that night after it happened. I went way too long not knowing where my kids were, with panic overwhelming me. As a father, I can confidently say that this incident had a year-long impossible impact on me and our family. Are we managing? Yes, of course, as God is in control. Now to speak as the Blazers president. This was a happy gathering and almost the kickoff of my presidency with the Blazers since I was only a couple months in. We were getting to know each other, welcoming a new coach, our new board members, and overall just ready to advertise our Blazers program. Looking back at the pictures from prior to the tragedy, we were so happy. So much love and camaraderie. We were ready for an awesome season. I spoke just prior about my perspective during the event as a father of 3 kids, but as the president of our organization, the weight of the moment to find an account for everyone felt like it was on my shoulders. We had nearly 35 people there. I knew I had lots of help, and for that I can't thank the other parents and coaches enough. The moment was a blur, and gathering and putting kids up in the truck was the priority. From there, the kids I could find huddled with me in the theater, and we said a prayer for those injured and being attended to. I knew that the next few days were going to be intense, but I never fully
He needs
grasped
to
how
borrow
crazy
my
the following
suit.
days, weeks, and months would be. The amount of turmoil and struggle for our Blazers organization was literally insurmountable.
It is sad, because
From
you
the
know
moment
what's
of the
sad?
incident, the amount of media and
You know what's sad? Those people got to live with that forever, man. Every single one of those people just never go away. That's the worst part.
law enforcement interaction was exhausting and unending. Media showing up at my door asking for individual participants' status. Unbeknownst to them, that 2 of my children were hurt. There was nonstop email flow, phone calls, planning, coordinating, and filtering through things. It was endless work. This job went from something I truly loved, from my biggest passion in life, to something I cried about for months. I went from giving speeches on Facebook Live about how cool our indoor facility
April?
was, to speaking at Jackson's funeral. From there, the community really pulled together. The amount of love and compassion that came our way was also
I'm
unending.
surprised if
It was
they don't
honestly
rub him out
overwhelming.
in jail, you know?
For that, we cannot thank this community enough. Finally, I wanted to briefly touch on the true impact this has had on me. My faith was challenged over the past year, but I can confidently say it's stronger than ever. The hardest part about the whole incident was not knowing where my kids were, not having answers for what just happened, not knowing if more danger was coming. I knew I had Maya next to me, but when I went back and forth screaming for Caden and Riley, that horror plagues me every day. I go back to those moments quite often, and when I watch the videos during the trial, it brought back all those feelings. Pure and utter terror, that's what it was, and that's the impact it still has today. Finally, in closing, I'm a man of faith and wanted to share 2 Bible passages which have pushed me through. First of all, my confirmation passage, Joshua 1:9, it reads, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." And secondly, I met with my pastor prior to testifying, and he provided me with an excellent part of Scripture. Philippians 4. It says, "Rejoice in the Lord always. I will say it again, rejoice. Let your gentleness be evident to all. The Lord is near. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understandings, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." Thank you for listening, and may God strengthen us all.
My name is Jessica Gonzalez, and this is my husband, Juan Gonzalez Lopez. We represent the Blazers organization as well as many others, and you could even argue the state of Wisconsin. Last night, as I thought about my statement, my son scooched over on the couch and snuggled into me. He laid with his head on my lap, and I stroked his hair. We stayed like that until it was time for bed. He knows we're here today, and it was as if he knew we needed a little extra love last night. Moments like these should be pure with love and affection. But since November 21st, they are mixed with flashes and images of what could have been. Mama, I'm here. I was on the other side. This is one of the memories and words that I'll never forget and hear dozens of times a day without warning. The relief I felt hearing those words on November 21st was devastating. But I found my son, unharmed. That should be the end of the story, right? We're fine, right? Physically, yes. But fine is a word we use when people ask us if we're okay. But we're not. It was only a short time before we had readied for the parade, got our hot cocoa, and took pictures to snap a shot of the fun about to be had.
Makes you want to cry.
Before the parade, I left him with his teammate and new friend Jackson at the Blazers drop-off spot and walked my daughter to her dance team location. With my mother-in-law visiting from Mexico, she was excited for her first Christmas parade. Stationed at the corner of the Clark Hotel with friends, my daughter's dance group waved with smiles as they passed us. She was headed to the library where I would pick her up. The Dancing Grannies, one of our favorite groups, performed flawlessly as they passed us. My son's baseball group was after the extreme dancers, who were within sight. Then the gasps and screams came from everywhere, and the red SUV sped past us. I yelled stop and put my hands out like I had the power to make it happen. I felt like I was punched in the stomach when I realized the SUV came from the direction of my son's group. Panicked and lightheaded, and knowing my daughter was safe, I ran to find my son. Running through the streets, my legs felt like they had a life of their own. I found Jackson first. I saw his little body in his Blazers jersey. His eyes looking up, looking nowhere. I knew he was hurt badly. Seeing Jackson on the ground, I began looking for my son amongst the rest of the bodies. I screamed hysterically, searching frantically. What ifs filled my head. I heard Mom from so many directions, but it wasn't him. Finally, it was. I turned to see him with other Blazers who were in the team truck. He called out to me, "Mama, I'm here. I was on the other side." Yes, I found my son unharmed, but after, the chaos continued. We ran. I covered his eyes as we rushed back to our group. I called my husband to tell him something terrible had happened, but had no words to explain. Headed for the library, we were told there was an active shooter. We ran again. I covered my son's head with my arms so bullets would hit me first. He cried. I tried to assure him and myself that things like this don't happen. At the library, I ran up the stairs and shouted for my daughter, who was huddled with a friend and her daughter. Yes, I found my children unharmed. But after, the pain and terror continued.
It's got me
After
tearing.
the parade, we discovered people had died, and that several people in my son's group were hit, including his coach and teammate. We learned that my son's teammate was in critical condition, but I already knew this. I still see his eyes without closing mine. What does it feel like to attend a funeral of a child your age? I hate that my kids know. I hate that I didn't get a chance to cheer on my son and
Brian Buckmeyer, and you're watching Law and Crime.
The secret of every great chef is their knives and
Wow.
how well they sharpen them.
Wow.
Imagine a knife taking this much abuse and
Wow. Just like my heart just yeah. Crazy that people have to go through these kind of things. This is when things like this test people's say, you know, how could there be a God? Let things like that happen. She didn't even lose anybody, and her story is horrifying. I'm not even sure watching more is. Daryl Williams, how are you, brother? I'm sitting here watching this trial. It was fun for a while until you start hearing the accounts of people and what they saw. Just kind of, you know, I wear my emotions on my sleeve. I've cried so many times on YouTube, it's not funny. But when you hear that kind of shit, man, makes you a lot of people not want to go out and do stuff because they're you know, they're afraid things like shootings and things like that are gonna happen. All you need is love, love. We're on a commercial, so I'm gonna go back and listen to more, but whew, I hate to see what I'll feel like when somebody comes up who's lost somebody. I mean, these people, this woman just seen stuff. To hear the account of a family member who lost somebody will be heartbreaking. And that's life is, can be hard. Wait, so she's all good? I don't believe she lost anybody. She left her daughter and she was running back to see where her son was, and she saw the other boy laying on the ground with his eyes open, not looking at anything. And then she heard her son. So she actually hasn't even lost anyone that I can tell. No one knows when their time is. Wow. So true, April. Live every day like you're dying, right? That's why I love that song so much. Because you just never know. Walk out the door and slip on your front step and hit your head and, you know, you didn't get to say goodbye. It's rough. April, I'm immortal. I'm 8 miles away from the kid. I want to go clutch him, right? Yeah. I mean, you can only imagine how these people feel. We're going back.
Of trial coverage to get to on this Monday, and we begin with the start of the retrial for a Wisconsin man accused of killing his wife with antifreeze. The Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled last week that Mark Jensen deserves a new trial in the 1998 death of his wife, Julie Jensen. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. Plus, rapper Young Thug is set to go to trial.
He killed his wife with antifreeze? What the? Wow. That's different.
The rapper is accused of co-founding a criminal street gang responsible for violent crimes and using his songs and social media to promote it. Meanwhile, disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein was scheduled to be sentenced today. However,
no, because she said she was yelling. She could hear kids yelling "Mom" everywhere, and then she heard her son. So it wasn't the kid on the ground. So I don't even understand why she's testifying as a witness, other than, possibly was hurt. Unless I understood it wrong. If anybody else heard it differently. I mean, I'm a lawyer, and hey. Wait until it goes back to the trial. I don't want to hear other trial stuff. Kind of dig this trial stuff, though. Kind of fun. We get to see how clown court operates. What do we got here?
That they haven't released in the probable cause affidavit, but gives you a good guideline for how they determine that it was the defendant in this case. And so, you have the automobile, you have with the video and the pings off of the telephone records and the DNA evidence and the witness information, and there's a lot of and the timing of the things that happened. So a lot of information in there to digest. And so, but I thought it was, it was well.
All right, Spooky, I'll probably be around.
Good job of it. I think they wanted to make sure they had probable cause, so they put plenty of information in there to establish that. So we're just hopeful that they've said all along that they not only want an arrest, but they want a conviction. So we're hopeful that there's you have to really realize that there's probably 3 other crime scenes or areas to gather evidence still available. You still have his apartment, you still have the car.
Get back to the trial.
And you also have his parents' house. And who knows what they're going to find in those locations and what evidence they might gather, as well as all the information that might be coming in now that people know who he is, right? So a lot of circumstantial evidence I expect will be coming into the police department about different things about the defendant and any connections that he may have had to any of the victims in the case. We all have to remember that she is a victim in this case. I don't know if anybody can, everyone's there to second guess what happened and how she should have or could have reacted. She states I think in the affidavit that she froze in that moment and then went back in her room and ultimately the 911 call wasn't made until later, 8 hours later, I believe, or something along those lines. But who knows? I mean, maybe she saw him and maybe she thought he was going out for a smoke out on the deck and coming back in. Who knows what was going through her mind? But I don't think anybody should be putting any blame or anything on her about anything. And the family feels the same way. She's going through a traumatic identification
evidence, the cell phone ping, and also the vehicle. I do believe law enforcement had him on a radar and was definitely building up this evidence to ensure that they had the right person. Of course, the community, the families, we all want to know why. So the motive is still a question, although that's not a factor, that's not an element to the crime, and that's not what the prosecution has to prove. That theory will definitely come once we go to trial. What was his motive? What was his connection? So although we have,
I guess we switched to a different trial here somehow.
In my thousands of cases as a criminal defense attorney, they're typically 2 to 3 pages.
I don't know how.
This was detailed because you're dealing with multiple victims in this case, but it shows that
laboratory. But absolutely,
and
by the way, that's what trial.
But
this is a different trial. I don't know how we
continue this investigation, and of course, the prosecutors will utilize this evidence to seek a conviction.
Brian, were you surprised when you heard that he could have been at that vigil? Is this something
right in the middle of witness testimony? They switched to a different trial.
So I would say I was surprised, and I was not surprised.
I don't get that. Clearly, I scrolled way forward. This is all the Idaho murders. Huh. I'm pissed off right now. This guy needs to decide where he wants a mustache or not. Dang. I don't know how. I never changed anything. It even says still on the top of the thing, the Waukesha trial. Let's see what happens if I...
Who has a sociopathic personality, as the true offender would be in this case, that person's brain, like a normal, healthy person.
No, it said
that's why
this
they do
is
what they do.
under the same
so
name.
to expect normal behavior out of an abnormal person, to me, really
I
doesn't make
don't
much
know
sense.
what the
But
frig, that
it's yet to be
pisses
seen
me
if that
off.
actually was him. I happened to review the photo. And,
It's a cover-up,
I think the
right,
verdict
Floyd?
is still out. I see the semblance. It certainly has to do with the posture and the shape of his
I don't
head.
get it.
I thought maybe the hair.
Oh, he was on heroin. I'm kind of sad. I wanted to hear some more witness testimony. AOC isn't that good, but she's got that Latina booty. And although I'm sure she braids has a nice one. I can't believe that. I'm pissed. I don't know what murder this is. The Idaho. Are we going to go back to the other? I'm confused. Help me. We were in the middle of a beautiful spot and it just changed. I even opened up and looked to see under a different tab and it's showing the same thing. Somebody smoked some good weed over at Law and Crime, apparently. I want some hot tub. Donuts. I want some donuts. Wait, there we go. Oh, man, that just ruined my mojo. Stole my mojo. Spooky serpent on fire. That means we don't get to see any more Pretty Judge. Well, we'll have to pick a new trial to do. Kind of glad. I don't think I can take more parents crying, right? You're probably right. I would say you are 100% right. You don't really get a sense watching the news what really happens until you hear the eyewitness accounts, and then you're like, holy fuck, it was mass hysteria. Well, I think it's been fun. Maybe I'll shut down and I'll look through the trials, and tomorrow I'll come on in the morning and we'll run another trial. See what we can find. Comment on this video if you got something you're interested in seeing specifically, and it would be under Law and Crime, and we'll run it. So I want everybody to have a great afternoon. I'll be on the Singing Hippie tonight. If anybody don't forget to subscribe to my second channel, the Singing Hippie. Just like that, the Singing Hippie. I'm gonna bounce, guys. Love you all. Appreciate it. April, thank you, hon. Unless it would get you Michael Bolton, Jack Sparrow. Oh. I think as long as it's on Law and Crime and it's a couple minutes behind what they're streaming, there is no strike. Thank you, April. We started this new program, so I'm not using StreamYards anymore. We're on a new program called Melon. South Alabama had been trying it, and so I picked it up as well. So appreciate the help. All right, I'll see you tonight, everybody. The Wandering Hippie, come check me out. I'll probably be on around 5 or 6 hours from now. So see you guys all then. The Singing Hippie. Peace and Potleys. Bye, Anna. Bye, April. Bye, Michael. Daryl, peace, brother. Ruru. Hippie in a suit. Yeah, every once in a while I sneak around and look good. Thanks for coming, Ruru. Everybody smash that like on your way out. I'm gonna get off here. Great case. We'll be running more court cases. Love you all. Peace.